and work on it, we must have raw material for anything that we are doing. These are some main things that I think we are going to discuss shortly throughout this day. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome, for the time being, I see two out of my three colleagues and friends from the European Parliament. I see Nicola Zingaretti, the head of the Italian delegation. Nicola, thank you.
Thanks for being with us.
Sven Mikser from Estonia, the former Minister of Defense and Minister of Foreign Affairs, and we are waiting for Tobias Kremer, the responsible of the German delegation on issues of defense. Let me tell you the following. The topics of European defense that truly affect the decisions and the views of the Hellenic elite, mainly the government, are specific topics that we are going to elaborate on. Just the titles from me now. A diachronic demand of Greece is to have a European approach in matters of defense. Through the war in Ukraine, it seems that it is being channeled, and we must be always present in that development. Second, a big question, of course, is how we, as member states, we can cooperate with the third ones, that is, the non-EU countries. Another question is how we can shape technologies in terms of equity and equality between, on the one hand, the northeastern flank of the member states, that is, the member states that feel the danger of Russia, and obviously the side of the south, the Mediterranean side, that is about us, Greece, Cyprus, Italy, and other European countries. And last but not least, an effort that should be made in the years to come in this big challenge of European defense. On the one hand, we must find a role for the SMEs and not just the big guys, the very big companies, that is, of some European states, because defense cannot only be based on few big players. And the second aspect, that all these should be done in a sense and rules of geographic and historic justice, meaning that we all know that there are countries that are quite advanced vis-à-vis the European average in matters of defense industry, but in a collective effort, all member states in an equal way should participate in this big pan-European effort. Having said that, Christina, thank you so much for giving me the floor. Thank you very much for being here. I wish us all the best. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Maniatis. No worries. Everything is clear. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to listen to the President of the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats in the European Parliament, Iratxe Garcia Perez, and that is how we're going to start. Let us watch the video, please.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, dear Yannis, thanks for hosting this event today. It is a great pleasure to send this message to all participants in this important discussion on European defense taking place in Athens. In these challenging times, when war has returned to our continent and instability surrounds Europe, we must strengthen our collective capacity to defend our citizens and our values. But as Social Democrats, we know that defense is not only about military strength, it is also about diplomacy, democracy and solidarity. Greece, at the crossroad of Europe and the Mediterranean, knows better than most the importance of security, cooperation and peace. Your experience reminds us that a truly European defense must go hand in hand with a strong European foreign policy and also commitment on human rights. Together, as the progressive family, we will keep working Europe that protects, a Europe that stands for peace, for justice, and for the safety of all its people. Thank you, and I wish you a very successful event. Dear friends, dear colleagues.
You can see now, you can see in front of your screens that normally there would be the first discussion with the president of PASOK, Maniatis, Mr. Androulakis. But there is a change. Mr. Androulakis has another obligation, so he's in Crete, but shortly he will be with us. Be a bit patient, but I think that we're going to listen to more interesting discussion. Mr. Maniatis will be the first one who is going to face Niki Liberaki, our dearest colleague. I believe that this discussion will be very interesting given that this initiative belongs to him. And conjunctures are such as described by him before related to the energy sector and the position of our country in other roles. So let us welcome them both, please. Thank you.
Έχετε προτίμηση, κύριε Μανιάτη, δεξιά?
Mr. Maniatis, on the left or the right? Hello, hello. Yes, everything is a matter of point of view, left or right. That is why I asked you. First of all, hello to all. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, Mr. Maniatis, to be here with you in this day that pertains to us all. Unfortunately, these topics do not find the space that they must have in order to be discussed. We have half an hour at our disposal, so let me get to the gist to ask you as much as possible, Mr. Maniatis. The first one is, why are we gathered here today? How this initiative starts? It is an effort. I hope that we're going to make it happen for the next 4 or 5 hours. It is an effort, on the one hand, to see what is the landscape at a European level that is related to the financing, but also to the implementation of the effort for European defense. Skip introversion, skip our own internal way of facing this topic, and at the same time, we need to highlight some different aspects related to the political approach. You know, I said before that the European Parliament, and I fully believe it, is a top institution of co-legislation and at the same time a decision maker. But we are 8 or 9 political parties at the European Parliament here. We must also talk about the political differences at a level that goes beyond the approach of just being a political party. For example, it replies to the question, we're going to give 800 billion euros for defense for the next 4 years. Okay, good. Where are you going to find this budget? Are you going to touch upon, are you going to decrease the money coming from the cohesion policies or from the policy on the common agricultural policy? This is one of the main topics. Would you like to reply? Good. Let me reply to you directly. We sent a letter to the President of the European Commission, Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen. I hope I don't mix you up. Please go ahead. So we sent a letter saying a simple thing. We support the efforts for the implementation of European defense with one red line. You will not touch the money of the cohesion funds and the money of the common agricultural policy. On the contrary, what we suggest, our president didn't say so, we are proposing to have a similar example like the RF, a new funding tool that will be helpful both for defense and green and digital transition. Okay, a question that will not be replied here today, and it is a rhetoric one. The possibilities that the European Parliament has to impose its red lines, the possibility that it has to produce policy. We can refuse the budget. We can deny the budget. No worries. No worries about it. I say it publicly. We, as Social Democrats, we said that if this continues, if this story continues, as the President of the Commission says, we're going to vote against, and each one is going to undertake his or her own responsibilities. In your introductory remarks, Mr. Maniatis, you talked about the report, Draghi and Letta, which are nice, but when it came to their implementation, we see very few things. I don't know whether you believe that the new reality, the international reality, is a catalyst of a productive movement, or, on the contrary, does it give a new orientation? One issue is the transition to this effort of common defense that could come at cost from cohesion, even if you vote against that proposal. Look, we all understand, all of us interested in Europe, we understand that it is our big homeland, Europe. These three reports, with the pros and cons, anyway, they give a direction. They are the beacons about our future. What I am puzzled, and let me be quite clear on that, is the very slow way through which the European Commission is trying to adapt itself with micro movements to something so big that evolves within weeks. And they believe that we have the margin of years. We, the European Parliament, and I can tell you that I talk to you on behalf of the pro-European alliance, PPP, Socialists, Greens, and Popular Party, that we have a common understanding in big topics. We have this feeling that we must move on more rapidly as Europe. Well, we will stick to the European questions. This is our heart today, but seizing this opportunity, I want to ask for your view on the timely questions related to Greece. Okay, Mr. Maniatis, you're waiting. The energy sector, yes, the energy sector. Well, and let me keep that in a very clear framework. We have seen the coverage of different conferences, the possible benefits from the agreements and the contracts. You, in your recent statements, as I saw, you were bold enough to make an assessment. You said that this could be up to 70 billion euros profit for Greece. Are we in a hurry? I see here Mrs. Damanaki. I had the joy to have an interview for Vima newspaper. There are many parameters that might affect this story, from the difficulties of the endeavor in our territory due to the big depth up to many other factors. Until now, we don't know the deposits and whether they're going to come to the end. Are we in a hurry? What do you think? Not only aren't we in a hurry, but we have lost a decade. Because governments, Tsipras, Kamenos, and Mitsotakis, government, were boasting that we could solve the energy problems of our country, of Europe, and the planet only through the green parameter. Listen, first things first. Today, 20 years later, after 20 years of big investments in the green sector, do you know what is the energy balance of our planet? 80% fossil fuels, that is coal and petrol, and only 20% non-fossil fuels, that is PVs, wind, hydroelectric, and nuclear. Mr. Maniatis, the target, what's the target? For 2050 to go up to 50-50. Look, what is our big error? We think that we are the center of the earth. Greece emits 0.14% of global pollutants, and Europe 6 to 7%. If China, if the US, if Russia, if India, the big polluters, that is, if they don't make decisions, no matter what we do, or Europe, it will be just 6% of the total. How certain are you that these agreements will be concluded and we will reach the final steps? We're talking about the findings, yes, hydrocarbons. Well, it's not a coincidence that lately the big guys are here: ExxonMobil, Chevron. Before that, we had Total, Edison. It left, and we continue with the two serious Greek companies, Hellenic Energy and Energean. These big guys don't go to small or medium deposits. Very often they are visiting the big ones, and they are not hesitant to make investments. There is an argument, but is it feasible? Is it sustainable? A reply. Argument is in that since the state, the society, we will not pay not even €1. Risks, investments, everything will be paid by the private sector. And we are waiting to collect taxes, social security, and a small percentage. No, a big one, not a small one. Now we're going to talk about energy. No, but I should say the following. Greece, and it is a small source of pride for us who contribute to that. Greece is one of the few countries that, in the official gazette, is making public all agreements, and it is being audited by the Hellenic Parliament. Very few states can pass these type of contracts from their parliaments, and they go public so that every citizen should know what has been signed. That is how much will be the income, how tax is going to be collected, and so on and so forth. So here we are. I'm pretty much optimistic that we're going to come to the end. Instead of Greece giving 10 billion euros yearly to consume here natural gas and the oil that we need from our cars to our boilers and the industry, instead of giving 10 billion euros annually, if we are smart enough, quick enough, we can bring it down to half and even export, because let me here note the following. All income of the Greek state will not be touched by no government, no prime minister, and no minister of finance. We have passed a law since 2013 so that everything will be channeled to the social security system of our country.
Θα αντισταθώ στον πειρασμό.
Well, Mr. Maniatis, I will try to resist the temptation to keep on talking about energy storage and so on. Oh, let me tell you, of course, what should be taken for granted, that the future of this planet should be green. Oh, please, come on, give me a break. China is one of the biggest pollutant country, 33%, accounting for 33%, as by far the largest country with so many renewables as a whole planet together. I mean, the photovoltaic plants installed on Chinese roofs are as many as wind and sun installed in the US and India together. So unfortunately, this is quite a far-reaching problem. Okay, Mr. Maniatis, let me now dwell on the big picture, the European one. Okay, it is clear that this is a transitional period, okay? So phasing out natural gas gives rise to a new dependence on the American LNG. But first and foremost, allow me to ask you whether this is a better prepared move on the part of Europe as against the past moves it took. Well, you know, the previous dependence was promoted by Germany, which, of course, would receive cheaper natural gas and made sure that the dependence on Russian hydrocarbons would be consolidated in Europe. And what had happened, etc. If we had time, we would be able to analyze risks and so on and so forth. But this is, at this point in time, the European Commission, Parliament and government have decided to stop being dependent on Russia by the end of 2027. The dependence on Russia should not, of course, give rise to a dependence on another supplier, that is the US. But isn't this the case? Well, not really, you know. 55%, 60% of LNG of Europe comes from the US. Approximately 30% comes from Norway. Norway is the greenest country in the planet and produces, and the same goes for Denmark and the Netherlands. I mean, they use to the utmost their own potential. We also, of course, are supplied by Qatar, followed by Algeria and Azerbaijan. So there is a series of suppliers and many ongoing LNG-related investments, starting from Australia to the US, In my view, LNG will shortly cost less than it does currently, on one condition: that Europe shall awake in order to stop letting LNG living from Louisiana at a certain price and reaching Europe at threefold price. And I'm not talking about transport costs, of course, but about speculation. Okay, let us now focus on defense and security, because this is our main gist. You talked about an important red flag about cohesion funds and common agricultural policy money, which we should not touch. But what about the source of funding for defense, Mr. Maniatis? Well, you know, according to ReArm Europe, the member states are expected to invest 800 billion, out of which 650 will come from state budgets. So each and every country will do what they believe it's better without any control. Because, of course, you know that the national defense is, of course, a synonym to national sovereignty. You cannot possibly affect that. So 650, okay? And also the promises given to Trump amount to 5%. And then there are another 150 for the SAFE program. What is it about? It's about the European Commission going out to the capital markets, and with the guarantee of the EU budget, it will borrow 150 billion euro with a low interest rate and 30-year period of repayment. So very convenient terms and conditions. So this amount of money, 150 billion euro, will be earmarked for specific programs that the member states will implement, and so on and so forth. That also includes a first effort we have been making, and I would like to say more about that. Are you talking about the national defense program? Well, yes. You know, 650. You do it what you want with it. 150 I borrow and I give you on condition that you will all cooperate for the supply of European defense equipment, and the ADIP regulation, the European Defense Industry Program. Yes, this is very close to my heart. This is eventually about the creation of a European defense industry. We cannot possibly continue having 14 different types of tanks and the US having 2, or we cannot possibly continue having 8 different types of jets, fighter jets, and the US having just 2. So we need to take care of that as well. Okay, these are 3 different things, as you said. Okay? We don't have time, unfortunately, to dwell on that any longer, but allow me to ask you about the position of Turkey. Turkey is an important issue for Greece. So on what conditions could Turkey participate in SAFE? Well, no Minister of Finance, no government will be asked to provide details when it comes to the 650 billion. When it comes to SAFE, or rather, let me tell you, says the speaker, according to the European regulations, the minimum European participation for the defense supplies amounts to 65%, with the remaining 35% possibly coming from a third country. In the case of SAFE, the agreements already underway with third countries are mainly with Canada and the UK, but also, of course, also the US, Korea, Japan, and so on and so forth. This is the category in which Turkey belongs. So when it comes to SAFE, or rather, there are very few limitations when it comes to the 35%, but the question and the issue of veto, also in discussion in Greece, has to do with the 35%. I mean, a country could decide to cooperate with Turkish companies which will offer 50% of the value, or British companies, for example. This has to be agreed upon, and an agreement entails unanimity, and this is where the right to veto may step in. Okay, Mr. Maniatis, let me ask you, we are talking about a common defense, but strategically speaking, we Greeks may have a different stance from other European countries. And I don't know, maybe you can enlighten us to what an extent what Greece argues when, for example, making reference to a participation of Turkey, to what an extent this is understood by another European country, okay? A country which sees Russia as the exclusive enemy and finds it difficult to understand our position, our stance. What's your take? What we are saying is that Russia's revisionism is copy-pasted by Turkey. So what Russia is for the northern European countries is Turkey for us. It's exactly the same model that Erdogan has been pursuing in their relations with Greece and Cyprus. What matters now is that all Europeans agree upon, and I believe that to a large extent, we have already agreed on that. What are the principles governing our relations with third countries? For example, when it comes to the DIP regulation, okay, I was the Socialists' rapporteur in negotiation, and that was quite a privilege. And I would like to encourage you to have a look to the regulation because it's interesting. So we have adopted specific principles. We determined that this is European money, so we need to be compliant with specific principles, including, first, European priority. In other words, what the member states should lay priority to a European product. We know that 80% of our equipment to date comes from the US. Second assumption, second principle, a third country, a third country's company may take over a European company. Unlike SAFE, in the case of a DIP, we determine that if, for example, if you, third country, want to take over a Spanish, for example, country, the know-how belongs to me. You are not entitled to keep the know-how. I pay you, I as Europe pay you, and I have the design authority. Okay? This is not the case of SAFE. What else? We also said that, okay, a product is designed, but the country in which the company was acquired, for example, Turkey has acquired a Spanish company, and that company has a specific product. Spain commits itself to using this product according to the principles of good neighborhood and the safety and security regulations of member states. Well, what I mean, let me not make confusion, because it's worth underlining that. And it is also worth for all governments to see that in a DIP which featured all member states of the European Union, and let me open brackets here to say this, because, you know, some may argue, well, we don't care. No, let me tell you, 4 times it seemed so difficult to reach an agreement. Why? Because the Danish presidency was insisting on the fact that, you know what, Council wants no limitation. But, you know, we at the Parliament need to support the European defense. We are compliant with specific principles. So what we say is that when European taxpayers pay, then the values and principles that should be respected are the European ones. Okay, Mr. Maniatis, you talked about the need for unanimity and so on and so forth about the various European initiatives. Do you believe that a Greek veto will eventually be the case? Well, look, Turkey has an interesting position in the regional industry, a good relationship with many member states. So I believe that overall, what Greece has been arguing, so to fully comply with international law and, of course, to respect the principles of good neighborhood and neighboring relationships and so on and so forth. And this has been always the position of the Greek government, of us, in the European Parliament, etc., are reasonable. So hopefully it will be the case. Are you optimist? Are you an optimist? Well, yes, I hope so. Okay, now what is Greece's stance vis-à-vis all that? Well, look, I'm afraid that Greece has kind of been in a difficult situation. Let me explain to you this. Safe money is the money that will be drawn by the capital markets at a low interest rate and a long repayment period. At the same time, 650 billion are what we call as the escape clause, the famous escape clause. So I allow you to increase your deficit by 1.5%. What does this mean? Either you will increase taxes or you will go to the market and borrow money. I don't believe that Greece will have better terms than the European Commission. So in my view, Greece should lay greater emphasis, instead of just waiting for the escape clause, that will allow us to be flexible, to try find the money that either way the European Commission will find. But you know what is key here? That you need to be serious, and this is a disadvantage. What do you mean by disadvantage? Well, let me explain myself. You need to cooperate with others. Do you know how many European governments are introvert? I mean, you know, meaning that, okay, we all agree, for example, that we need to produce an excellent drone. Okay, this calls for cooperation. It goes without saying, but it is difficult when it comes to the real point. Well, let me ask you now, by looking what's happening in Ukraine, we have seen the drones are at the forefront, and the war methods have changed. So an equipment which is relatively cheap may be detrimental to more expensive equipment. What is Europe's position or Greece's position when it comes to drones, Mr. Maniatis? Well, drones are the smart artillery in modern warfare, you know. Well, we saw what happened in Nagorno-Karabakh in the war between Azerbaijan and Armenia. I mean, it was the drones which actually were decisive for the outcome. The same goes for the war in Ukraine. And here, there are several elements that we need to focus on. Before in the invasion of Ukraine, Ukraine had a specific production of drones, and now it has more than double that production. Well, yes, and they are also so much disseminated that they are very difficult to be hit by the enemy powers. Yes, but at the same time, when it comes to drones, China, Turkey, Iran, Russia are more advanced than Europe. You know, since 2016, Europe has been trying to produce the Eurodrone, and it is still being designed. we need to speed up, there's no doubt. So yes, drones are mandatory. And you know, by the way, drones are very useful also in case of multiple attacks. For example, when the enemy attacks you with both missiles and fighter jets and drones, then drones may make a real difference. So, what I believe. Now, in the European Parliament, we have launched a round of negotiation for the report to be submitted by the EP for the drone-related European policy. I am the rapporteur of the Socialist group, and together we have another internal meeting in Brussels. So I believe that by the beginning of December, we will be over. We will be done with that. So the direction needs to be the following. We need to produce our own product, civil and military one, but we need at the same time to have a supply chain which will be efficient and effective, R&D mechanism. Also, we need to be able to maintain that product and a couple of ethical rules. For example, what will be produced cannot be used against the will of people. Well, Mr. Maniatis, you are talking about what Europe wants, etc., but I would like to remind you that drones have been used in attacks against Finland and other countries, etc. So I'm wondering, well, Mrs. Liberaki, we talked about the need to accelerate decision-making. But you know what? Yes, but we are discussing now. We know that there are some intentions, etc., but we all agree that we need to accelerate. Our structural problem, Mrs. Liberaki, is that the European Union consists of 27 member states. So what are we? Should we abolish unanimity? No, no, no. I'm not saying that. Is it possible to abolish unanimity in the case of EU enlargement? In no case, of course. So that would be accepted by no member state. So you need unanimity in the big questions. But the real problem is that both government and the European Commission, which usually put forward the proposal, need to be very cautious. You know, if Jacques Delors were in Ursula von der Leyen's position currently, he would manage to have all member states aligned, whereas now we have an Orban and other leaders who each want to pursue their own national interests. And I'm saying that, why? Because in the EP we have managed to come up with a modus vivendi. We can agree, and we do, at least, we, the pro-Europeans, okay, extreme far right, excuse me, and far left are not part of that, of course. So unless the European Commission and the European Council, and especially the Commission, follows the same paradigm, you know, for example, a new conflict between Europe and the US erupted recently about the due diligence regulation. So what Europe says, that for me to receive LNG, to purchase LNG by you, the US and Qatar, in your production line, you need to respect environmental terms and conditions, respect of human rights, and so on and so forth. And Trump comes and says, well, guys, you have not understood. No problem. I will go to China, Japan, and Korea to sell my LNG. So what is Europe making? What I mean, yes, but of course it also it will be like relinquishing. Well, you know what? Enrico Letta has already given an answer. If you read Enrico Letta's report, you will see how are we to handle our agreement with African countries who have critical raw materials. And China and we are here begging China because China has control over 80% of the mines of the planet. Well, I'm saying that unfortunately we are running out of time. So if you don't have any objection, I would like, excuse me, to go back to the production of our drones because it's very important. It's a fortunate thing, the fact that you are a rapporteur. So please, could you provide us with the big picture? When, at what conditions? Well, the big picture is the following. Without any specific government policy, Greek medium-sized and large companies, but also small companies, have managed to cooperate with other European companies. What I mean is that the private sector has managed to be up to the task against all odds. Do you mean unlike the government? Well, look, I'm not interested in being a voice of opposition here. I'm interested instead in identifying the shortcomings of our system, and this has to do with the lack of political will, but also the need to oppose bureaucracy. I mean, how Greece will participate in SAFE or EDIP. This requires 10, 15 discussions at the national level, and this has not happened here. But I mean, you need a social consensus. You need to take a momentum to have the support of the political forces of the entrepreneurial world. I mean, we do have a government now, okay? In 3 years period, there may be another government, but there needs to be a continuation about these delicate issues. Thank you, Mr. Maniatis. Thank you so much.
Thank you both, VP. You went beyond your time, but due to your role. It's the fault of Ms. Liberaki. Yes, it's the fault of the journalists. Always, it's the fault of the journalists. Now, prior to us continuing this point, ladies and gentlemen, let us listen to the Commissioner, Mrs. Andrea Kubilius, and then we can go to our next thematic. So, intervention by the Commissioner for Defense.
Thank you for taking part in this important conference. I know we can count on Greece. Greece shows the way forward on defense spending. Greece is committed to fostering military mobility as a maritime and frontline nation in the Mediterranean. Greece has also ramped up its space capacities. Your Smart Recovery Fund investments already show results in Earth observation and in space surveillance and tracking. You are hosting one of the 2 GovSatcom hubs for secure satellite communications. And you are very committed to digital capacities, hosting the Pharos Artificial Intelligence Factory, just to mention a few examples. And you show the way forward on support for Ukraine, our first line of defense, politically, militarily, financially, and this important time. A time when Russia is again increasing its military spending to 7% of GDP, twice what NATO members promised to spend by 2030, and a time when the United States is focusing on the Indo-Pacific. As European Commission President von der Leyen said, this must be Europe's independence moment. We're taking responsibility for our own defense. We presented our Defense Readiness Roadmap 2030, strongly supported by the European Council, building on the historic proposals and decisions we have taken this year to radically increase defense spending. The roadmap is a mega plan for delivery on defense with clear timetables, goals and reporting obligations. A revolutionary strategy to achieve defense readiness by 2030. To help member states and industry fill the massive capability gaps between the weapons we have and the weapons we need, and to help build European flagship projects. Projects that no member state alone can build and that will protect all of Europe, like the Drone Defense Initiative against the drone danger that threatens us all, tailored to what member states need. At the eastern border, targeting, tracking and destroying drones, and in other member states, to fight crime and counter irregular migration. We are building an Eastern Flank Watch to protect the whole of the European Union. And in my opinion, we also need a Mediterranean Flank Watch. For example, to protect underwater cables from underwater drones, to ensure readiness across Europe against all possible threats. And European autonomy, that also means autonomy in space. We can be proud of our achievements in EU space systems, Galileo for navigation, Copernicus for observation, and soon IRIS² for secure connectivity. And we are reinforcing our European capacities. Our planned Earth observation governmental service will be a game changer, with high resolution, high revisit, essential to monitor and support military activity. We are working on a low Earth orbit component of Galileo for stronger resilience and to counter jamming and spoofing. And will link up all our space assets in a system of systems. We are also increasingly focused on protecting our world-class space assets from attacks. We are massively improving their security. Autonomy of space also means many more rocket launches, returning rockets that we can use again and again and again. And strategic autonomy, that also means a strong European defense industry. That is also an important goal in the roadmap. So European taxpayers' money is used to create jobs right here in the European Union and Greek jobs right here in Greece, and high-quality jobs. That is why we will be investing in skills. We want 600,000 skilled defense workers by 2030. We want to prepare the space workforce of tomorrow to capture the exponential growth of the space economy. Finally, if we want strategic autonomy, we need solidarity. Solidarity is our most important value, the foundation of our union. When Greece fights migrant smugglers in the Mediterranean, Greece protects not only the Greek border. Greece protects the European Union border and the entire European Union. And the same way, when Eastern member states defend their own border against Russian aggression, they are protecting the entire European Union. We are all frontline member states. Together we can be strong. Together we can manage Europe's threats. Together we can deter Russian aggression, prevent war, and preserve peace.
Thank you so much. What I can keep as a takeaway from the Commissioner for Defense, Mr. Kubilius, is solidarity, the word solidarity, what in essence was said before in other ways and in other words throughout the discussion Mr. Maniatis had with Mrs. Liberaki, political solidarity or cohesion that we want to find now, looking at the current state of play. We are getting prepared for our next thematic because this is what Mr. Kubilius did with his intervention. It's entitled Enhancing the European Independence in the Defense Industry and the Space. With the war in Ukraine and drones, we heard many things. It's never enough, nor the discussion for the shift that is happening worldwide between alliances. We see that Europe cannot take for granted certain things, let alone its own defense. We're going to talk about it later on. So, defense industry, technological innovation, possibilities of production, and the space. This was said by Mr. Kubilius as well. This is a strategic place that obviously should be the pillar for European sovereignty and part of deterrence. Now, it's high time we discussed about it to see how Europe wants to get and produce or protect all these technologies and infrastructure in what ways. It's not just to cooperate, but being able to produce. The discussion will be coordinated by my dear colleague Vasilis Nedos, journalist of Kathimerini newspaper. We will see some faces that can give replies to these thorny issues that I have raised before. With him, the head of the Italian delegation of S&D, Nicola Zingaretti, Ms. Caterina Cavada, Director for Secure and Connected Space, Director General for DEFIS, Ms. Sinoa Feduli, please, Executive Director of the Institute of International Relations and former staff of the International Secretariat of NATO, and Mr. Anastas Rolis, President of the Association of Greek Defense Manufacturers, SECPI. At this point, I would like to invite them all on the scene to start with our discussion. Please let us all warmly welcome them. Thank you. I would like to deeply thank Yannis, Maniatis, and the team of S&Ds for this invitation to moderate this discussion. Many things have been said, interesting things. Of course, allow me to take the relay from something that Niki Liberaki said before he had discussion with Mr. Maniatis on whether it is a disadvantage to be safe and logical in the national policy. Maybe yes, but let me welcome all our speakers for this panel. We have with us Mr. Nicola Zingaretti, who is head of the Italian delegation at the European Parliament, Mrs. Caterina Cavada, Director for Secure and Connected Space, Directorate General for Defense Industry and Space for the European Commission, Ms. Sino Feduli, Executive Director of the Institute of International Relations and former staff of the International Secretariat of NATO, and Mr. Anastasio Rizzolis, President of SECPI, the Association of Greek Defense Manufacturers.
Ready by asking on the geopolitical context that you know the modernization of the European armies is happening, and how the European Parliament can actually help the governments and the Commission to formulate a more friendly environment.
Yeah, first of all, thanks. Thank you very much to Yannis and Maniatis. I believe that it's very important to discuss about defense and the European topic, not only in Brussels, but around Europe, in the different countries. Today is a very important opportunity to do this, especially among one very important point as the defense. And to be honest, for me, it's also the first time to see Athens under the rain, because in general, I came during the summer. It's a good new experience. Regarding the defense, this is my idea. I believe that it's important and it's right to put the issues of European security and defense back at the center of a European political discussion. It is like this because the world is changing. The new nationalist right wants to destroy the balance and multilateralism that we had built after the Second World War. And the new nationalists attack the United Nations, its values, the criminal court, it wants a divide and weak Europe. For this reason, it's correct to speak about the security and the defense in our Europe. But I believe that we must open a process for the common European defense, not only the national rearmament of individual states. The weakness, this is my point of view, of Rearm Europe strategy is here. It authorizes national military spending for national armies. The common spirit is weak or too weak or non-existent, and this, I believe, is a mistake. It's a mistake for different points. I want to just underline a few points in very short way. First of all, the deterrence is either European or it is not deterrence. This is clear. No one believes that if you rearm Italy or Greece or French or Estonia, Europe is suffer. European history has told us the opposite. Every time national rearmament began, there was even a war between Europeans. And this is very important. We need a common defense, not only the national defense. This can become dangerous. Second, the main problem we have is the field of defense is not the quantity of spending, but the quality of spending. Today we have 27 armies, we have 27 budgets. And we spend similar to China and more than Russia, but we count for nothing. Around the 80% of arm acquisition and purchase are not European and finance the economy of other countries. First of all, the United States and then Israel countries. And we have to change with a new company and European company to give the money at our industry. Third, and I'm finished, to recover the technological gap that we have above all cybersecurity. AI, drones, we should combine research and purchase, interoperability of command and command mission. Defense and security for Europe is not just weapons. It's a weapons, of course, and I believe that must be common weapons, a common force, but there is also integration with a new common policy. For this reason, I believe that we have to stay in this process. We have to accept that the defense is a new point of agenda, but all of us, we have to push pressure for transform what is started a few months ago with Ursula von der Leyen's speech, also for common commitment, for common policy, and to put all together our interest in one common defense for Europe. Something we have to change, because in this way, we will have 27 different countries with probably more strong force. But this could become dangerous. Look what's happened the last week in the relationship between Donald Trump and Orban. Orban and Trump decide to choose one of us for his policy. This is unacceptable. We need more socialist point also in this point of the defense. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Zingaretti. Τώρα θα πάμε στην κυρία Καβαδά.
Now we'll turn to Mrs. Cavada.
Υπονόησε κάτι και ο Ευρωβουλευτής.
The MP said it, but you are at the heart of the monster within the European Commission, and the big topic is to what extent this whole fragmented defense industry and mainly the many different political wheels of different orientation can come closer and get into European course. In a nutshell, how can make more Europe? How can the Commission help the different countries in order to give incentives apart from the financial incentives, give more incentives? Thank you so much. It is a fact that I am at the belly of the beast. I am not the beast, luckily, though. Congratulations for this initiative, Mr. Maniatis, and thank you so much for this invitation, because for 30 years I have been in Brussels. It's the second time I'm invited in Greece. I have the honor to speak in Greek about all these matters. Thank you very much from the depth of my heart. You are honoring our homeland, says Mr. Maniatis. Yes, I'm doing my best. I will follow the way that Mr. Maniatis said, in a direct way and in simple words. What is happening right now across Europe? We are talking about an industry, a defense industry that is very nation-oriented. It has all these characteristics of a nation-centric industry. And I cannot argue that this is weird. It has some roots at the main value that questions of defense and security is a national case of the member states. We realize and we perceive in different way threats. Each member state has the possibility to create and defend in its own way. And the most important thing, what creates the inconvenience, is the following. Each one is trusting industries of its own, that is, industries that can demonstrate its flaws, and in this framework of trust, each member state will trust only one specific part of the industry. We understand that, provided that this will not happen the rule and the main rule, and thus marginalize synergies, because we need synergies in Europe. And right now, you all know that 18%, only 18% of synergies is not enough. If in this fragmentation, to talk about the European jargon, so with fragmentation, if we add to that all the inconvenience of defense, which is a lack of investment for many years, we must not forget it. It is a main problematic point for Europe, especially for Europe. If, as Mr. Maniatis said, the difficulty to have access to raw material, and I would argue not just in raw material, but also to big technology, microchips, for instance. We must all, and we are all under the same umbrella of Taiwan. We must react. And last but not least, there is a lack of mass production. Why? Because all these small national companies are built for the small orders of each member state. But as Europe, we will never have the production that we want. And all these could be well understood or accepted if we were not driven to bad conditions when it comes to competitiveness. We talked about the Draghi report before. The defensive European politics is becoming of second or third importance. You understand that this is not the way to put forward our competitiveness and stand up to the global game. Second, the fiscal gap. It's not possible, as Mr. Maniatis said, one technology, one product to be paid 5, 7, 10 times more. There is a gap of 25 to 75 billion euros per annum. You understand what this could have been if we used it in a proper way. And last but not least, to the extent that all these microsystems are not built under the same standards and with the possibility of interoperability, you understand that each one will have his own small drone, but no one will have a big mass of drones that can work together. So what are we doing? Because it's not just a theoretical state of play. We must, as Europe, react. Jean Monnet once said that through crisis, Europe moves on. I could say that this is the state of play actually in defense. Maybe you might believe that there are problems. Maybe you believe that Europe cannot decide rapidly. Allow me to tell you that in the field of defense, Europe has taken leaps. You believe that these small steps, but they are leaps, great leaps, because since 2021 and onwards, Europe has channeled a series of programs from EDF up to EDIP. It has also channeled a series of strategies, and strategies that are not just about some proposals of the European Commission, but the way through which member states and the European Parliament adopt all that. We should also speak the truth. The elephant in the room. I'm talking about the budget, because there is no way to move on in issues related to national defense and the issue of the industry if there is no money, lots of money, much money. And right now, Europe, as Mr. Maniatis said, has one proper and serious, I should say, budget. The aim of the European Union is to go from fragmentation to unification. Will it be of a big scale? We do not know. This means, do they suffice? I cannot reply today to that, if this suffices or not. But I can tell you, and I'm confident about it, that it is necessary. We must and we should respect that. We must and we should adopt that. We must and we should improve that. Not just defense, but offense to this opportunity, that is, let us seize this opportunity in Europe. The utmost objective is to create a pan-European defense market. This was asked by Draghi, it was asked by Letta, Ninisto alluded to that, the crown jewel of the defense policy. Can we? This would be your question for sure. Yes, we can. Do we want to? Yes, we want. How can we do it? And this is very, very important, because there are people with the fear that the European Commission or the European Union will come, while at the same time it shall marginalize member states. So we must play through this delicate balance between the state, national sovereignty, and European Union. Each and everyone should do his or her own duty in order to contribute to that. And by way of conclusion, let me tell you that the backbone of this policy is the industry. Without the industry, no matter what the European Commission says, no matter what the member states have adopted, even the European Parliament will just stay in theory. What shall we do when it comes to the industry? This is to be discussed. And of course, we must have the main entrepreneurs. We cannot deny, we cannot turn a blind eye on the added value that gives to the competitiveness of the EU. But we must not get from one flow to another flow, from one inconvenience to another inconvenience, because we don't need any oligarchies. Okay, we're going to discuss about it later on. Now, let me turn to Ms. Safendouli to ask her if this gap between theory and practice that has been admitted, can this be bridged or not?
First and foremost, I would like to thank Mr. Maniatis, our host, for the useful and topical discussion he has organized. And he set the framework successfully, I believe, during his discussion with journalist Mrs. Liberaki. I would like to argue that another dimension that we need to take into consideration, considering that today's discussion is taking place under the umbrella of S&D and PASOK, defense is not free from a political dimension. Quite on the contrary, I would argue that defense is not neutral politically. So, in my view, this venue and the hosting group, that is Socialists and Democrats, needs to also address this dimension with reference to European defense for two reasons. First, because for a single defense European policy to unfold, enormous financial resources need to be leveraged, and they will come from either new financing or from a squeezing of social policies. I mean, the European model has been built based on the European social model. So if this dimension takes steps backwards, then we will end up having even more problems than the ones we have currently because of far-right parties surge. So the social democratic parties should not discuss about defense in just an ideological manner. So we need to talk about the political aspect as well, and this discussion should be opened eventually. Secondly, as you rightly pointed out, there is what is currently needed. Reality shows that the European Union took very low and slow steps for this, for two reasons. First, because Trump explicitly said that he will be reluctant to protect Europe, and secondly, because of Russian invasion in Ukraine. So in the absence of these two factors, although there is there is the willingness and the need for European defense to be built, and no one doubts on the need of that. Okay, this is even important for the political Europe we are in favor of. I mean, a European political union cannot exist without a defense union. But today, our intentions are there, but reality does not follow. Let me provide you with an example because I would like to be accurate in that. And this occurred to me, you know, by accident, okay? If, let's say, a country which is not member of NATO, okay? Austria, for example. If Austria was subject to an external attack, who would protect it, okay? The European Union. Although there is a similar article to Article 5 of NATO in the European Treaty, the European Union cannot respond to Austria rather, could not possibly respond to an external attack, and the same goes for Europe, the European Union. And let us also take on board the American aspect, the American dimension. The American dimension exists in European defense. There is what we know as the Trump rhetoric, but Trump did not reduce the NATO American budget, neither did he withdraw powers, neither did Tucker stop being an American. So in Europe, there is American presence, and therefore there is a division of labor issue between European, American, and between the European Union and NATO. Because, you know, during the latest NATO summit last June, a 10-year timeline was agreed upon. So all member states of NATO, which I repeat are also members of the European Union, agreed that by 2035 they will get prepared for a possibility of a reduction of American presence in Europe. Hopefully, in this 10-year period, what we all hope will materialize. So a European defense capacity able to protect its member states. A second issue that we need to address is the following, and the previous speakers, including Mr. Zingaretti and Mr. Gavada, talked about a possible co-perception of threats. I mean, a typical example is our country, who perceives threat from a third country, Turkey in our case. But there is no common understanding in the European Union. I mean, the Baltic countries perceive threat differently than Greece. And the same goes for Italy, for Spain, for Portugal, okay, for all the Mediterranean countries, even France, Cyprus. I mean, we have a different perception of threat. And there is no single strategic doctrine. So here there are two issues that we need to address in the forthcoming 10-year period. So a single perception of threat, deterrence, and what does this mean? Who is threatening us and how will we cope with that? And there is a huge strategic dilemma we need to address. Will Russia always continue being perceived as a threat for Europe? In other words, are we continuously going to increase being equipped in order to face the threat called Russia? I mean, it's high time we address that. Russia cannot possibly indefinitely continue being a threat for us. The European countries, all of them, but also each and every one of them, do they believe that China threatens the European Union as the US feels? And what will the blend, what will the mixture of steps will be for us to respond to that dilemma? And let me conclude with a thought which is very much eloquent with reference to the European Union. All these topics, all these issues are very delicate, and very thorny, and it is difficult to address them by unanimity. Having said that, the European Union needs to invest in its defense, and so I believe that the closest example to a construction of a single defense identity is the single currency. Single currency, when proposed by Jacques Delors, did not enjoy a consensus. I mean, back then, Germany was reluctant to abandon the mark. I mean, it did so because it received some assurances. So there's no other model in the European architecture that goes hand in hand with the accomplishment of such a far-reaching strategic objective other than Europe. If I may, let me just add something to render this discussion more vivid. Well, yes, but let me, before that, give the floor to Mr. Rosolis, who is a representative of the defensive industry, and then, of course, Mrs. Cavada. I will give you the floor. Please keep your thought. Now, we have been talking about defense, European defense industry, and so on and so forth. And I have a twofold question. First, what does Europe need? And secondly, what does Greece need to develop in this in the defense sector and also meet the necessary operational needs? First and foremost, I would like to thank Professor Maniatis for having me here, and allow me to tell you that today our association accounts for more than 280 members, and we every year we make a presentation of our association, the Association of Greece Defense Industry. This year we will do that in January. Unfortunately, though, not many MEPs were eager to listen to us. In the past, there used to be some kind of allergy to defense. I mean, the first years when I went to Brussels, I told myself, it's better to abstain from talking about defense. Well, now we have reached the other extreme, that some member states of the European Union are afraid of being attacked by Russia tomorrow morning. So, Having said that, the problem of Europe is this. Although there is a defense culture in many countries, so ISD, for example, talks with Kobilius and von der Leyen, we put forward our proposals, we listen to them, they listen to us, because they have learned and they are used to talking with industry. However, no one has realized what defense means, actually. I mean, now Germany is having some second thoughts and is having of imposing again a mandatory military service. Do you know what that means? I mean, do you know what it means to have a 40,000 troop army, soldier army? I mean, the reason why drones were difficult to address may seem difficult to answer. You know, for Germany, there was no competent body to address the drones. Now, in Europe, we need to leverage the European way, both the stick and the carrot. So, big European projects. And let me make that clearly. In the Gaddafi-related campaigns, when the Europeans took over, they had to ask assistance from the US in the absence of a strategic drone. I mean, no strategic drone, and we are still keep talking about developing it. So, first, the carrot is that we need to get involved in far-reaching European projects about a European frigate or European corvette, etc. But for that to have sense, we need to see how the Americans are doing that. We need to finance, to find a way out of the FMFs. What about the financing? You cannot possibly finance a road, but not this kind of equipment. So we need to subsidize that. Europe, in other words, needs to follow the logic of the big common interest project with the dissemination. Okay, it's not possible for Germany to produce tanks on German soil. So this needs to be allocated. Lockheed Martin in America, for example, has a factory in all American states. Okay, and this is not for just financial or economic reasons, but because the governors of each and every state put pressure on the federal government. So this needs to be the modus operandi here in Greece as well. So, common project, common perception. Mr. Kobilius laid emphasis on a very important problem, and I hope that you all grasped the fact that, according to him, irregular migration is by far the biggest problem of Greece. Okay, Greece does not have a problem only with irregular migration. We have an enemy who is a threat for Greek and Cypriot sovereignty. Clearly. So we all need to be on the same side. And we need to understand that some countries are in real danger from Russia, although despite our historical bond with Russia. Well, when Tasso was asked, what do you need? They said, we need orders. You cannot have an industry without orders. Okay, too much rhetoric, too many acronyms, too many regulations, excuse me. But what we need shortly are orders and mandatory co-production and synergies. Now let us focus on Greece. We stand at the other extreme. Unfortunately, we have no contact with government. I mean, we have been discussing over the past 2 decades, but over the past 5-10 years, things have drastically changed. What is happening today in Europe usually happens once every 50 years or 100 years. I mean, so many investments expected in defense have no precedent, and we are talking about 30 billion of equipment and no national authority to have a say. we have so many ministries, general secretariats, ministers, vice ministers, and no competent authority. I mean, even in the Ministry of Defense, there's no competent authority. And what I'm looking for is not yet another minister, but a real structure, because after 2019, after the crisis, all former know-how and added value had been relinquished. Any industry, any private industry we have today was thanks to subsidies and, of course, any other countervailing benefits. And I'm saying that just to preempt any opposition. In all countries of the world, starting from India, there's a 30% percentage of minimum in high technology, high industry. Okay, defense technology from ancient times has been a game changer, has been a driver, and we need that. And this has always been our proposal. We need a general secretariat, an authority. I mean, you know, no one should be against that. This will not be an authority close to this political party or that political party. Okay. Today we have the drone warfare. Technology in drones advances every month. What do we need? We need technology. The Ukrainians are producing small-scale drones in Ukraine with 3D printers, some only kilometers from the battlefield, and these are young people of 17, 18 years old who are the best possible operators just because they are very good at video games. I mean, this is yet another revolution, and this revolution is very good for Greece. I mean, just look at Israel with armament and equipment from the US and other countries, but it tries to make a difference when it comes to drones. Missiles are a weapon of small countries. It does not entail a huge investment. So for Greece, let me put that bluntly, I mean, after the failure with SAFE, because Greece received even less than Cyprus, and this cannot be acceptable, Hungary will receive 16 billion euro. I mean, how can I put it? I mean, the other countries, from December 2025 onwards, including industry, Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Defense. We're talking about how to make the best possible use of that regulation. This was not the case in us, okay? We could not come up with an agreement. So eventually we tried to ask 700 million. But SAFE is not only about money. It's not only about a better interest rate. It is about cooperating. If you take a tongue jointly with another country, then you will stop being a single, asking and begging for any privileges. You know, you will be together with the others. Okay.
Για να μην αθετήσω την υπόσχεσή μου.
I need to keep my promise. So the word to you. Yes, I would like to make a very short comment because I'm in between politics and implementation. It is the best place that I could have in the panel. I'm 1000% aligned with you. Not 100%, 1000%. Of course, the bad thing about Europe is that in order to resolve all these issues, in order to bridge this gap, we need a lot of time, possibly decades. And unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of time. So our proposal is, while we're talking, we need to work at the same time. That is why the industry has to build this toolkit. Sometimes the decision is taken and we implement. Other times, there is already something being created and the politicians follow. So what needs to happen is the politicians and the representatives of the industry to meet in the middle so that in the coming 4 or 5 years, this small miracle can materialize, a miracle that Europe desperately needs. And one word about the industry, which I serve from my position. And mostly the SMEs and the startups are the future of Europe in all sectors, defense included. These are the companies which do not have the burdens of the big ones. They are not involved in industrial politics. And that is why they can bring about innovation, not only in technology, but also in the way of operation. They are faster. They are very focused on the target. They have no other factors that influence them. And Greece, and I want to say that, and congratulate anyone who is working in this direction, in the direction of promoting and supporting startups. And I would like to congratulate all these people. Greece needs to further strengthen the startups, especially now that Europe provides such financing. It would be a shame, it would be a crime, if you allow me to use this term, not to be there, not to be ready. To the extent, of course, that Greece can be ready, since it has a defense policy and a defense industry. Now, I don't know whether what needs to happen is the political push or the network developed by the industry. So it needs to be detached from the political circles. Yes, I'm also very far away from them.
The discussion about European defense spending and European architecture, security architecture. And I'd like to ask you that if the European Parliament could work, could function something like, let's say, like an intermediate between the countries and the Commission that want to be part of the European defense architecture, and if we can discount on our European values and principles in order to take third countries in that architecture.
Yeah, to have a rule between a commission and country is our dream in this moment. As Maniatis said before, unfortunately, we are in the dark periods of Europe. But we can do a lot of things. I want to make one example. How we have tried to create a changement in 2 important European programs to buy army, EDIP and SAFE. EDIP and SAFE are 2 European programs to buy all together and to buy European army. And this is very important. Without the rules of the Parliament, the project, the fund probably were different than now, or that what will be. But why it's very important? I want to insist in one point regarding why it's important to create this program, for example, to buy all together. If you want to say the truth, for the last 3,000 years, European history has been a history of war. This is the truth. Only in the last 70, 80 years, our history was a peace history. Why? Because there was the European Union in the last 18 years. Before not, and there were the war. The history of Europe, of course, was Galileo Galilei, Beethoven, Platone, Aristotle, but the history, our history, was a war history, except in the last period. And since the 1957, the European Europe goal has been integration, not only relations. The United Nations is one very important world institution. The nationalist right wing want to destroy it. But United Nations is very important international institution. But the goal, the objective of United Nations is the relations to have a good diplomacy. For European Union, no. Our goal is not only relations between European countries. Our principal goal is to create a common policy, a common fund, a common project, a common integration of economy, of the company, etc., etc., etc. For example, regarding our activity, we, in the past, and we will continue, it is one way to have a rules between Commission and the Council. We have put pressure to transform these two projects, SAFE and EDIP, in two opportunity, not only to give at the national country the opportunity to buy army, but to give at the countries the opportunity to buy the armies altogether. This is different, especially for the cyber security, the drone company, and what means defense now and in the future. For this reason, for example, I believe that these two projects that has changed and will be continue to change are good, because it's good to allocate a specific European fund for collaborative investment. For my point of view, it's not enough. For example, SAFE now has the opportunity for two countries to buy all together, better than nothing, but is still insufficient. But this is one example how the Parliament can change the reality. The Commission say, Rearm Europe, we have to give the opportunity to the country to buy army, and the Parliament say, okay, we are agree, but we prefer to do this altogether for the common force. You want to give the opportunity to the country to have credit to buy army? Yes, okay. We understand what's happened in the moment in history, but our idea, the idea of the Parliament, is to say, okay, we are in favor, but we have to buy all together. And at the last, the most important political fight that we will have, I believe, from tomorrow or the next week, is regarding the budget of Europe. I believe that the budget of the Commission is not acceptable because it's too little and is not one budget for the future of European Union. And the Parliament has said, or the European majority inside the Parliament say, that we are not agree with the proposal of the Commission. And this means to say, not only to say no, point, but to try to change. For this reason, I believe that the role of the Parliament in this moment is very, very important, and we will continue to fight to have more common Europe, and not only one Europe that is only the relationship about the actually country that are member.
Thank you, Mr. Zingaretti.
I would like now to turn to Ms. Afedouli and ask her about Greece. This whole discussion about defense has as a backdrop the discussion we are having on geopolitical developments. And I would like to ask you, can Greece maintain this special relationship it has with the United States and to invest further in the security relations that it wishes to have, or will we always be dependent on the US? If we take a look at 20, 30 years in the future, what will be the situation? And now we know that there is this negotiation between Europe and Turkey, and we can see that the Greek interests are in a gray zone. This debate should take place in the light of the recent developments in the energy sector. Greece had always had two umbrellas. The one umbrella was the American and the other the European. In other words, this is not something new in the Greek foreign policy. And with regard to defense, we had always been dependent on the deterrence that the relationship with the United States provided us with. Because when we talk about defense, we mean Turkey. This is a discussion that needs to take place. In other words, if in the context of European defense, we will continue to have these single approach to defense issues. And I would like to say something that may sound as wishful thinking, but in my view is not. If the countries, non-members of the European Union, like Turkey, Norway, Great Britain, take part in the European defense, a grand bargain will have to proceed. In other words, a third country needs to stop threatening a European member state. This would be the ideal future for European defense, but also the ideal future of the European architecture, which in my view, and of course there are far more specialized people to talk about it, but in my view, the European architecture, in order to absorb the shocks and the risks, needs to find a way, if not of integration, but at least of a special relation with the countries like Ukraine and Turkey, for better or worse. And if Europe wishes to have an important role in the Middle East, which is a region very close to the European territory, then how could Europe do that? What special relations could be formed in order to make this happen? So I believe that we need to approach all these issues with the spirit of inclusion and not with the spirit of raising and building walls. We are not in this mindset. With regard to the United States now, the United States have never concealed their intention to withdraw. They haven't done so yet because they think that Europe cannot stand on its own feet. But they will withdraw and they will focus on Asia. So Europe will be up to us to defend. And that is why we need to see which architecture will help us deal with the challenges. I would like to say something. You have 1 minute, because then I would like to give the floor to Mr. Rosolis and this discussion. I know I'm again in the middle between Ms. Afendaki and Mr. Rosolis, but I would like to say something very crucial. We have the tendency to be quite absolute in our policies. And while there is this discussion about SAFE in the 27 member states and even beyond them, I have read and heard several different positions and views about the role of Turkey, and I understand and respect them. I haven't read one single article and I haven't taken part in one single discussion that explains the role of Greece in SAFE and what we will do with SAFE. I haven't heard anyone talking about a positive agenda for SAFE. We cannot possibly continue being fearful. In 2025, Greece needs to have a positive agenda. It needs to be based on its own forces and needs to proceed along with the others. I believe that there is this discussion about the low participation in SAFE, but of course I'm not representing the government. I don't want to say something. I would like to finish with Mr. Rosolis, since part of the discussion today touches upon innovation. We didn't talk enough about innovation. I would like to ask you if Greece has companies that can actually take part in large-scale European projects. Are these companies facilitated in doing so, or do they face all the bureaucratic problems. As we said previously, in Greece, in the European Defence Fund, Greece is the first in the last 3-4 years. In absolute figures, we may be third or fourth, but on the basis of the size of the country, we are first. Why are we first? Because they are European programs. You go online, you see the funding, you see what you need to do, you do it, and that's it. No bureaucracy, nothing. It is the most successful thing, and Greece is first. We have companies, and why do we have companies? Because we have many executives. We have a workforce that is highly specialized in these sectors, people that cannot easily be absorbed. Now, innovation. Why does innovation exist? Innovation doesn't exist for innovation's sake, but in order to be implemented in industry. So what we are lacking in Greece is exactly what I said previously. We need to ensure this 20%, 25% of returns. We need to start creating an industry. And when we start building a tank, we will ask the innovative company, allow me to clarify something, the 25% of national participation in all armament programs. Yes, in the past was 35, in 2011 this was abolished, now we're talking about 25%. This 25% is just an announcement. How will it be put into practice? There has to be a ministerial decision, otherwise nothing will be done. No one can implement it. On the other hand, do you understand what I said previously? That out of the 20 billion, 25% is 5 billion. We're talking about an enormous amount of money. Moreover, the Greek companies have only one way out, Europe. Europe is the only one that provides a way out. And through EDF, and an EDF usually has 30 participants, companies, universities from at least 4 countries. So this opens the door for us to operate abroad. It is also very trendy to talk about innovation, ecosystem, startups, okay. But we have industry at the same time. In Ukraine right now, there are 2 major needs, drones and an ammunition that has been manufactured since the First World War. Russia makes 1 million per month. Europe doesn't even know how to reach this amount. So the answer to all these is cooperation. Cooperation is the answer to most problems. Most of the countries have procured F-35 in Europe. Now, think what would happen if European Union addressed Lockheed and said, we want 700 and we want to build some of this. But this didn't happen. Each country made its own negotiations, and I believe that in the end, nothing will be left in Europe as technology. Thank you all very much for the discussion. We'd like to thank you warmly. Congratulations, Vasilis. And I believe that this was a very interesting discussion. I was carefully listening to what was being said. Then, Mr. Maniatis, I would like to congratulate you on another reason. I would like to congratulate you for inviting Ms. Cavada. We hadn't invited her for so many years, and maybe in the past there was no reason, but now, given this geopolitical conjuncture that we are in, not knowing her work is unacceptable. Ms. Cavada, thank you very much. And I would like to keep note of what you said at the end, that during the last few years we have made leaps in the defense sector. Maybe there is not this common understanding that Ms. Afendouli mentioned previously, but at least in some areas there is a common purpose. Now, the next session, and I believe that you can see that it's going to be a tête-à-tête, has to do with the European and national defense. because it is not just a military affair. At least this is what will be discussed between the guest and Mr. Provatas. It is not just a military affair, it is an industrial affair, and it is also an investment in human resources. In this point, I would like to proceed to the next session, Greek entrepreneurship in the defense sector. I would like to invite Mr. Makis Provatas, the colleague from Earth Channel, and Mr. Spiros Theodoropoulos, President of the Board of Directors of the SEV, Hellenic Enterprises Association. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank Mr. Yannis Maniatis for this unique opportunity and for this very important event. And I hope that Mr. Maniatis will make sure that this event will be repeated in the future. So we are here with Mr. Spiros Theodoropoulos, President of the Board of Directors of the Hellenic Enterprises Association. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for the invitation. In the previous two panels, industry was the main topic. Ms. Cavada said that if there is no industry, then everything will stay on paper. And I would like your comment on that. I would like to thank her. From the bottom of your heart, or you want to say something else? No, of course. I represent the industry. I support the industry. But we are faced with a reality. Weapons need to be manufactured by someone, and no one else can manufacture them but the industry. So the role of the industry is of paramount importance. And Greece? Where does it stand, Greece, in this European effort? Greece participates in this European effort. I don't know if it is on an equal footing, but it can and will participate. And generally in Greece, we tend to be rather negative. But the fact is that the Greek defense industry is not negligible. It employs approximately 15,000 people, 1.5 billion euros of sales. Many Greek companies take part in international programs. As Mr. Rozolis said before, we are first when it comes to our participation in European programs. We're not at zero. Of course, believing that we will become the main lever in this whole system is utopian. But what we can do is to be an important player. Important always on the basis of our size. And also to take part of this pie. This is the first objective. And the second objective is to have some weapons for which we're not going to depend exclusively on third parties. Because the time you need them, you want them right there and then, and you don't want to be dependent on others. Okay. Mr. Maniatis. Has focused on this issue in the European Parliament. He has talked about several different aspects pertaining to defense, like curtailments and cuts. I would like to see what you believe. Look, in the budget for 2028-2034, the sector of social funds has been impacted. There has been a drop from 64% to 50%. But on the other hand, we can see a double of the overall amount. So in this draft of a budget, and especially in terms of the cohesion, Greece will get a lot of money. The point is whether this draft will eventually become a budget, because this draft has increased the funds, the overall amount of funds, but it is based on some new taxations, and some taxations are direct taxes on businesses imposed by Europe. All businesses will pay 1% of their turnover, not profits, so 1% of their turnover, businesses that have a turnover of over 50 million euros. I don't know whether this budget will actually be voted, and something else that we need to take into account is that this budget will close in the second semester of 2027 when Greece will have the presidency. So Greece will have this major obligation to combine the needs and the views of 27 member states in order for this budget to close. In my view, this will not be an easy task. Okay, in order for me to understand what you're saying about the Greek presidency, what do you think needs to happen? I'm saying that Greece will have a very difficult mission to accomplish because it will be the semester before the closing of the budget. So you understand that the role of Greece, then it will be very important. Greece will have to combine different views and also strike a balance between the funds for social cohesion and the funds for defense.
Well, I'm not sure whether enough discussion is being made about Letta and Draghi report. But do you believe that the Draghi report may be a helpful for the competitiveness of the Hellenic industry, etc.? I mean, you know, competitiveness was said as a top priority by Mr. Maniatis himself. Well, look, the Draghi report is already a lever, and it actually pointed out 4 or 5 important things. First, that you have been focusing on green transition, ignoring what it takes to promote the competitiveness of Europe and the industrialization of Europe. So there will be a price to pay. This is what he said. So careful that you need to lay emphasis on other priorities, including the single market, the unification, and defense, and focus less on green transition, because this is how we are deindustrializing Europe. I can provide you with several examples with the mistakes committed by Europe for having invested too much on green transition, although the fact that 6% of all emissions come from Europe. We have lost GDP, all member states. We have lost many jobs. We have deindustrialized to a certain extent, and now we see that we need to strike a balance. This cannot go on. So Draghi said, attention, you need to invest in your investment. Second, you need to unify Europe further. You do not have a single market. I mean, he talked about a capital market union and so on and so forth. We recently experienced the possibility of UniCredit trying to take over a German bank and so on and so forth. So, I mean, when each and every member state wants to have full control over its banks, how are we to promote a real union? And he also said that you need this budget for defense, you need that budget for industry. And that was an important warning for Europe. And Europe has been trying to react, although only 11% of the reforms proposed by Draghi, according to research, seems to be implemented. And so the Draghi report now acts as our European conscience. And of course, and of course his opinion is very important. Well, but I suppose that you will agree that the climate crisis is here. However, I mean, this is the first generation that, beyond a shadow of a doubt, is experiencing the climate crisis, and the very last to be able to do something to reverse the trend. I mean, all that is fine, but the climate crisis is here and does not have any borders indeed. Well, if you want to have my view, well, I don't believe that the European Union goes to the right direction. I mean, for example, we have closed approximately 11 aluminum-making factories across Europe. We have lost some tens of thousands of jobs. And because of the closure of that plants, CO2 emissions decreased by 6 million cubic tons. But we do use aluminium, and we used to import it from other countries. The factories of that countries were lagging behind from a technological point of view. As a result, for the very same quantity of aluminium, 16 million cubic meters of CO2 emissions resulted from that decision. And at the same time, we did not even take care of our industry in order to impose some countervailing repercussions. And this is the problem with agricultural produce. I mean, we have imposed specifications that increase costs, and we do import from non-compliant countries. Well, yes, this is yet another issue. And what we need to realize is that the climate crisis will, first and foremost, affect us because of the price of food. So the climate crisis is not only about the temperature, but mainly about the prices of food. Cocoa, coffee, meat, orange. I mean, it suffice it to say that beef costs approximately 20 euro per kilo. Orange are imported from Brazil and California, and most of the trees are burned. I mean, you know, out of $250 per tons of orange juice, now we have an increase to 600. So it is through agriculture that the climate crisis will be felt. I mean, most of the Greek crops were burnt this year, you know. And let us now talk about the energy cost, please. I mean, obviously, this is number one problem. Before that, let me add something. We talked about Europe and Draghi, but let me now come to Greece. Greece has an additional problem because you talked about productivity, and I forgot to say something about that. So the additional problem of Greece is that our productivity, I repeat, as an economist, stands at 50% of the European average, 54 to be accurate. So we keep on insisting that the Greek people, the Greek working population, works more than the European average. Yes, notwithstanding, our average is not close to the European one. Why is that? Well, first, because there's a lack of reforms, and second, low investment from industry. So what kind of investment would make a difference? Well, the biggest reform is the justice reform. This goes beyond any doubt. I mean, for the sake of entrepreneurship, the biggest reform that Greece desperately needs to increase productivity is the justice reform. Well, this is impressive. I mean, I was expecting that. I was not expecting such a serious situation. In all our pulse research, all enterprises state that justice reform is what they need. I mean, first and foremost, you know, foreign capitals, which are so much desperately needed, will never come if it takes more than 10 years to have a judgment, you know. Okay, but let me ask you, we have talked about all what is happening being an opportunity for manufacturing. Where does Greek manufacturing stand currently, and where could it go? You know, manufacturing is improving. I mean, 5 years ago, it accounted for 7.8% of GDP. Today, it stands at 9.1%. The objective is 14.5%, which is the European average, but again, investments are needed. Investments are higher. They stand at 15%, where the European average is at 21%. So we are better off than some years ago, but we still lag behind, not only to go close to the leaders, the European leaders, but to the European average. But of course, our manufacturing exports like 50 billion euro, and this has no precedent in Greece. Any room for improvement? Yes, quite much room for improvement, but it depends on investment and the regulatory framework. Currently, the industry has approximately 35% higher wages like the labor market average. So the industry last year increased pays by 11% with a Greek average of 10%. And just imagine what would have happened if the energy crisis had not occurred. So Greek industry is extrovert. It's open. And who can make the difference to make things even better? Well, I don't know, but you know, the key is to produce internationally competitive products, because this will increase both export but also a substitute to import. I mean, we need to compete against international competition. Now, and this takes us directly to your next question, because I'm sure you will ask me about this. One of the main parameters which hinder our progression is the cost of energy, especially when we talk about energy intense industry. For some industries, costs is barely unbearable. Well, the other day you had a closed meeting at 7. You had Nikos Dendias, the Minister of Defense. What did he tell you? He told us that the Greek government is committed for 25%, that he does not wish to pass that through a law, and his argument at least sounds reasonable, because he doesn't want to link it to each and every single investment, leaving the foreign investors to cover that 25% out of other equipment programs. And we need, I mean, frankly, you know, the conversation were the main corruption element in Greece. Okay, let us take stock of that. No, of course not. So thanks to the 35%, I thought it was 30%, but 35% law was one of the main reasons for corruption in Greece. And this is why Mr. Venizelos abolished that. I mean, this is why he repealed that law. Well, this is, have you told anyone else what Minister Dendias told you the other day? Well, we had some press releases, you know, but frankly, what the Minister Dendias said is that on the occasion of the 4th of Belarus that we are about to order, it's close to 25%, and there's no hurry anymore to purchase any armament, which is why 25% will be their objective in all procurement. Okay, to make obvious the obvious, as the Americans say, can the Greek industry considerably help defense? Yes, definitely. It already does that part. I mean, I would like to remind you that industry and enterprises in their entirety have accepted the request of the Ministry of Defense to restructure the army and retraining people for armament and weapon systems today advance very quickly. So, I mean, you cannot be trained today and go on war in 10-year time. There will be 2 big training centers for soldiers who will be invited every 2 years approximately. And they asked us, industries, to pay for retraining. And it will be quite a cost if you think about the soldiers being retrained every 2 years. But we expressed our willingness to bear that cost in order to spare that money from the Greek army. So this is our first contribution. But apart from that, our real contribution will be our participation in all those projects, trying to develop technology in Greece so that during the war not to exclusively rely on foreign weapon manufacturers, or at least being self-sufficient.
Ήταν πατριωτικό και ωραίο αυτό που είπε.
That was so much patriotic. Yeah, Mr. Androulakis knows very well when he will enter the venue. He will enter the hall. Okay, tell me something. In order to bridge the gap, certainly one needs to show goodwill and to take steps backwards in order to leave some room, etc. So, in what circumstances do you believe that the industry need to take some steps backward in order to come to find an agreement with the government? And in what circumstances do you believe that the government should try to come closer to you? Are you talking about defense? Yes. Well, look, it takes 2 to tango. Both the industry, but also the drone-related new companies need to mobilize, need to network at the European level, need to put forward proposals to foreign manufacturers, but at the same time the state needs to help them network. I mean, not the state alone can possibly help network the Greek hardware or software producers, nor the Greek companies can expect everything from the state. Okay, we do have Mr. Maniatis here, maybe the most active Greek MEP and someone who has deep knowledge of what we are talking about. I would like you to look him right in the eyes, and in your capacity as president of the Greek Association of Enterprises, what would you ask to him? Although Mr. Maniatis knows that, I would like to publicly say that we need to take care of industry. Europe should stop deindustrializing. We should take care of interconnecting the energy grid, and he may know that better than I do, because the fact that we are not interconnected to Europe does not let us have access to the appropriate cost of energy. And most importantly, I would like to call on him to continue with the same perseverance, because I truly believe that all of us are here today thanks to him, because we believe in him and we want to support him. Thank you. And of course, this should be the closing. And let us also say that defense should not entail fear, but rather is a synonym of preparedness or being preemptive. Well, industry generally needs to be prepared and to be preemptive. Investments in industry have a horizon of 10-year period, so we need to be proactive. It is synonym to industry. Thank you.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ και τους δύο. Δεν το ξανακάνω. Δεν ξέρω τι συμβαίνει κάθε φορά που αγγίζει το μικρό.
I don't know what happens every time I touch the microphone. Next time I will try to remember. A very interesting discussion with Mr. Theodoropoulos, thanks to the questions by Mr. Papathanassiou. And now we will have an equally interesting meeting, discussion. So we would kindly ask for your attention at this point in order to welcome the president of PASOK, a Movement of Change, Mr. Nikos Androulakis. We will have a discussion with Ms. Dimitra Koustali, journalist at newspaper To Vima. You are the flying president today. You made it, however. Thank you very much.
Ξέρετε και από άμυνα και από επίθεση. Εσείς μια χαρά είσαστε.
You are very knowledgeable both in terms of defense and offense. There were some comments made off microphone. Good afternoon, everyone. We are late, but as Christina said, we made it. Mr. Androulakis, I will start with the questions right away, because, as we said, we are rather late. And I would like to know what is your view about energy-related issues. Last week, we had the conference in which many important American secretaries took part. Agreements were signed. And there is this whole issue of replacing the Russian natural gas with American LNG. And I would like to ask you whether you believe and share the argumentation of the government, according to which initiatives like these contribute both geopolitically but also in terms of defense. Or do you see any risks involved? As you can understand, the first question is, excuse you give me to praise you. The comment was that he doesn't. Anyway, there were some comments made off microphone. Now, the government claims that it had a very well-organized plan for all these issues, that it had a very straightforward strategy, and the result of that strategy were the developments of last week. I have a completely different view. PASOK started this process with an initiative of the government. Yannis played a very important role back then. You know that, all of you, very well. The government of Tsipras Kamenos and the government of Mitsotakis didn't make one single step forward. They didn't have a plan for anything that had to do with our resources. They became heavily dependent on natural gas coming from third countries, something that makes us vulnerable, geopolitically speaking, but also in terms of competitiveness. We realized that after the invasion of Ukraine, the Prime Minister himself, from the podium of the General Assembly of the United Nations, had said some years ago that the competitions for hydrocarbons belong to the previous century, that this good has lost its value. I don't know, of course, whether he was confused and he was referring to carbohydrates and not to hydrocarbons, but anyway. So when recently the Prime Minister discredits a national effort, how can that same Prime Minister claim that the developments of last week were the result of a successful strategy? No, wait a minute. We need some explanations. So you say that this doesn't have the seal of the government or the seal of Greece in general. What I'm saying is that your democracy, when it comes to energy-related issues, has made a mess. That basically the dependence on the imported natural gas continues, that the green transition, instead of happening on terms of competitiveness and low cost of life in order to combat energy poverty, actually took place with the distribution of funds that actually supported the big players of the Greek economy, whereas the first who should take connection with the grids should have been the cattle breeders, the farmers, so that they could enjoy low energy costs. This didn't happen, which means that we have failed both in terms of the speed of the implementation of the plan that started under the leadership of Yannis Maniatis, but also when it comes to green transition, we have failed to have a plan which, in the long run, will make the most of green transition in order to strengthen the competitiveness of the production sector, but also in order to protect the consumer. Of course, I can elaborate on all this a little bit later. But I'd like to make some comments in general. Instead of developing large-scale projects having to do with the grids, which means developing the grids, developing storage units so as to ensure green transition, basically what it does, it makes investments which are quite doubtful. I don't know which are benefited by these investments, definitely not the Greek consumers. So you express your concern about the fact that our country will have to build large units like FSRUs, ports. But the fact is that the general plan of the government for climate talks about climate neutrality. What do you think? Should we have clean energy or a mix of energy that includes fossil fuels? This has been decided by the European Union. Natural gas is a transitional fuel, and I believe that this transition stage will become rather permanent. And by the way, I would like to say that Spain, due to the nuclears, and Portugal, due to the RES, got the exception and paid much less for the energy crisis compared to us, who didn't do anything. But since there is this wider picture, what I would like to say as a message for the energy-related issues is that there has been no plan and that the redistribution of the energy space constitutes one of the biggest scandals of the government of New Democracy. The redistribution of the energy space was made in an unfair way, unfair for the producers, the people that we need to support in a fair way, because this was what the state should do. And actually, you talked about a dilemma. Should we reach the neutrality objectives? Yes, both me and Yannis, a socialist, we want to reach the neutrality objectives. But how can we do that? In order to reach the objective, we need to make sure that the society will withstand, that the works will continue to exist, especially those who work in energy-intensive industries. So we need to combine the speed of decarbonization with the investments in the grid. While we are investing in the grid and in storage, we should accelerate decarbonization. We haven't done that, and now we are basically starting this discussion, which in my view will not bring about any immediate results. And the only winners will be the big players that have received the largest part of the energy space of the country, and they are exploiting the grids and the RES. In terms of foreign policy, do you believe that these energy agreements will be a window of opportunity for the settlement of the Greek-Turkish dispute. The agreement with Chevron and Exxon. There are two companies that have presence in the southeastern Mediterranean. In order to have a clear view on that, we need to take a look at the final contracts if we want to be straightforward in what we're saying. The fact that these companies invest in the country, yes, this is important, but in order to make a proper assessment, we need to take a look at the contracts. Yes, but we have heard that Turkey is willing to take part in a discussion about the settlement of the territorial waters on the basis of what was being discussed back in 2003 under Maniatis about the territorial waters of multiple range. If such a dialogue were to start, would you agree with it? Do you think that this would be a step in the right direction? Recently, in the Parliament, I said something that the former president of PASOK had also said in the past, Evangelos Venizelos, but also Yannis has also said it. And that is that we lost a major opportunity with Helsinki. Then the carrot for Turkey was the integration process. We lost that opportunity. Now we need a new Helsinki, and the carrot will be the upgrading of the customs union. If the two countries cannot come to an agreement on a bilateral basis, then they will be present before the court, where the Convention for the Law of the Sea will actually have the final say. Otherwise, there will be this bargaining. And we know that Turkey loves bargaining, and they have an edge on that. And I can give you an example. There was an agreement made in Athens with an announcement that was made after that. What did we get out of this announcement and this text? Basically, this text allowed Erdogan to go to Brussels and claim for full participation in the European defense architecture. So what did we get out of this agreement and text? The investment between Israel, Cyprus and Crete was made? No, it has been frozen because Turkey doesn't give its a license. So it has stopped. The blue country narrative has stopped? No, they teach it in school. So what did we get out of all this? Those who say that we have no violations and breaches, this can be read in two ways. So what we need to do it right. And just like back then, under Maniatis, we had created a robust European policy that included our national interests. I hope that in the future there will be a new European policy that will have common criteria for Eastern Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean, and in which Greece, can base its national interests. Do you think that this is feasible? Because when it comes to the safe regulation, for example, you say that it is unfathomable for Turkey to take part in it. But still, there are some bilateral agreements signed with other major European countries like Spain, Germany, and UK, of course, because they all believe that Turkey is a necessary and useful partner. So do you think that our position and our insistence on veto is a right and constructive approach? Turkey will not member of SAFE. And I will explain to you. And before I do that, we had said that veto is overall. But this is not true. Veto stands for the 65%. Why? Because many European companies have production sites in Pakistan or in Turkey. So they need to have this 35%. Otherwise, they would be excluded from the program. So there is no veto. So why do I believe that Turkey will not be a member? There is no big company or big country that will benefit from a participation of Turkey of 35%. Instead of Turkey being dependent on the European companies, the European companies will be dependent on Turkey if something like that materializes. Turkey will not have the possibility to take part in the armament program up to 65%. Excuse me, 65%, not 35%. So, this new Helsinki I mentioned, can it happen? Or I'm just daydreaming? If some years ago we said that Europe would treat Russia like it does, Russia that was dependent on European countries, if I would say that, they would tell me that I was crazy. If the Finnish and the Swedish celebrated for becoming members of NATO, these seemed science fiction in the past. It happened. If in the past I told you that Europe would create a dome in order to deal with Russia, you would say that, again, this would be a science fiction. But I believe that it all comes down to strategy and to the common European vision. And the common European vision should not be limited in the single currency, but in competitive criteria that will bring back production to Europe from third countries, common defense and common foreign policy. So we need to bridge our concerns, bridge our visions in order to shape this new European era. Yes, do you see solidarity prevailing? When it comes to Ukraine, yes, I can see a lot of solidarity. We should not underestimate the reasonable reaction. I don't know who was the leader who had said that the external risk would be the thing that would unite Europe. And I can tell you that there will be the external risks that will make Europe take the steps forward. But the point is, do we have the plans already ready? Or, you know, I want to tell you something. In order to talk about the government of Simitis, we're talking about OPEKP. Does anyone know here why in Greece the basic aids are reduced at a lower pace compared to other European countries? Because back then Greece had the appropriate negotiations for the common agricultural policy and got the right subsidies compared to other European countries. We had a serious plan and we had serious negotiations. Our ministers did not attend the meetings without saying anything or without getting anything out of them. So we need exactly the same. Serious government, serious plan. We don't want a government that celebrates for some random developments. Okay, and since you're talking about the internal affairs, I would like to say something. I believe that the government of Simitis has an impact on new democracy. Mr. Mitsotakis wants to present himself as a follower and continuation of Mr. Simitis. And in a recent TV interview, Mr. Samaras, on the other hand, blamed Mr. Mitsotakis that he has turned new democracy into a party similar to the one of Simitis. Allow me to say that if 20 years later someone asks us, what was the legacy of the Mitsotakis government? Will anyone remember anything? Like, for example, justice, respect of the institutions, major victories. The government of Simitis had a very important legacy. All the big projects that we are talking about today are the legacy of Simitis. The independent authorities that we expect them to protect us were developed by Simitis. So every government is evaluated on the basis of one thing, what they leave behind and what people remember of it. And I believe that the government of Simitis has left a lot of positive memories in the minds of people. Of course, mistakes were made, but overall a positive memory.
one could argue that European member states are joining forces to contrast Russia, but we do have the case of Turkey. So I'm wondering, why have you rejected the request of the government to try to have the casus belli argument removed? Well, you know, the Prime Minister said that we need to put pressure on Turkey removing the casus belli. But what I said is that the National Assembly, the Turkish National Assembly, can overturn that from one day to the other. But if, of course, the government wants to put pressure on that, we are fine with that. The problem is not having Turkey in Europe. I would like to ask you this. Today, Yerapetritis, our Minister of Foreign Affairs, considered that this is time for everyone to shoulder their own responsibility, and that the Parliament will get advised for what will happen from now on when it comes to the southern Mediterranean. So I would like to ask you, are you satisfied with the degree of information you receive from government? Because on top of that, there seem to be two communication directions. I mean, the same goes with SAFE. We saw that with SAFE when the Minister of Foreign Affairs was saying one thing and Ministry of Defense was saying another thing. You know, this is not the first time when when it comes to delicate matters. New Democracy, unfortunately, is too hypocritical and has tries to convey multiple messages. But we need to be frank. You know, even when it comes to the Prespes agreement, there used to be a lack of dialogue, a lack of an effort to come to a consensus. But you know what? Consensus is maybe a communication trick. I mean, there's no real willingness to come to an agreement. A consensus means I give you this written text, you read it, and you come and we discuss. I mean, let us take the issue of Crete as an example. I mean, there's a tragedy down there. I mean, all of a sudden, a reality show takes place. The Prime Minister says nothing, and then Mr. Chrysochoidis goes out and says that they will stop using weapons in weddings. Okay, bearing a weapon in social event has been a misdemeanor, a felony since 2011. Okay, so this is already a law. The problem is that law is not applied. This is the very problem. Okay, there need to be some priorities, and laws need to be respected. And it is thanks to a culture of consensus that we will go on in that. I mean, certainly it goes without saying that PASOK wants one day to become government. We want this government down and us taking power, but consensus is fundamental, especially after the culminating point of national separation, that is the memoranda period. What are the terms and conditions according to which you believe that a national consensus could be obtained? Well, sincerity. We need to be frank. No one is frank. I mean, you know, all of the political powers in Greece try to obstruct and to undermine their political enemies. PASOK is saying we should open up the dialogue about the high school degree because we see all primary secondary education collapsing, and at the same time the government saying through the Prime Minister that it is our initiative to open up that dialogue. I mean, this is not serious. It was our initiative, but this is about, first elementary school discussion. So we need seriousness, we need frankness, we need, and in the past I used to say that was my argument used to be that, this toxic atmosphere is ours and is not the case in the European Union. Unfortunately, this is not the case in the European Union anymore. We see that the AI algorithms have been investing on polarization lately, and so this has been detrimental. Well, you have already used the social media, however, to convey political messages in the past. And so, apart from the hypocrisy of government, do you believe that the government also has been undermining the way you have been trying to reach out to society? Such a surveillance of means of media has never been the case in the past. What Mr. Tsipras tried, Mr. Mitsotakis very easily succeeded in doing. We have disclosed that there is a group of people who are doing propaganda in favor of new democracy, financed by big capitals. And we disclose that these are representatives of new democracy. Isn't this a democratic deficit? Isn't this about a democratic problem when independent authorities and justice are targeted when they do not do their favors? Isn't there a problem of democracy, a democratic deficit, when the Council of State takes a decision and Prime Minister obstructs the enforcement of those decisions? So here there's a fundamental lack of democracy and a bad functioning of the rule of law in this country. Unless these are addressed as soon as possible, unfortunately, we will suffer from them, especially in case of a financial crisis. But what are you blaming? Are you blaming the government or the media? Well, both of them are to blame. So you believe that some media are manipulated? Yes, at a certain extent, yes. Now, I would like to ask you about the Tsipras intention, seeming intention to set up a party. And I would like to ask you about this. There are some voices inside your party talking about a dialogue with other leftist forces before elections. What's your take? I mean, you have rejected any possibility to cooperate with New Democracy. What about the leftist forces? Do you believe that such a dialogue could be launched before elections? Well, a dialogue is there in the parliament. This is why many shared initiatives have been taken, especially when this is called upon by parliamentary control. But PASOK needs to make its struggle because there's only one political party able to replace New Democracy. This is only PASOK. Why? Because PASOK does not create any fear. It is a serious political party. No one can blame PASOK for polarizing society, for creating chaos in society. Because, Kyriakos Mitsotakis is setting people before the dilemma, either me or chaos. Well, PASOK is not chaos. And by the way, have you seen New Democracy trying to target Velopoulos or any other far-right political parties? Why isn't New Democracy attacking other political parties and attacks PASOK instead? Well, they have opted for trying to keep under their control all the centrist part. It is unbelievable for the spokesperson of New Democracy to get out and publicly say we need to become as America. Everyone should go out and take a weapon in the aftermath of a tragedy. The Prime Minister being silent. Well, we do have in the US there are 100 of injured people and 26 casualties because of weapon use in the US only the first 10 months. I mean, who would ever want Greece to become like the US? Okay, here New Democracy pretends to be the only centrist party and is heading to far right. And it has been doing so when it comes to the rule of law, to the respect of human rights, etc. And this is my main priority, to reverse that deeply dangerous, profoundly dangerous hegemony. Well, okay. This is a responsibility of the Greek voters, of course. But if on the occasion of the next elections, the Greek voters do not vote a specific party as self-sufficient, what would you do? Would you be willing to cooperate with New Democracy? As I said, our objective is to leave the opposition and for New Democracy to become opposition. Let me tell you that. What do we want to see different in Greece? This country, these people, our children have experienced 10 years of recession. They have left abroad. And we have expected to get out of the memoranda of understanding to the austerity in order to get back on to the track of rule of law, of democracy and a functioning state. Has New Democracy managed to achieve something like that? Nothing. Do you know that they give rise to another generation of disillusioned young people who are trying to live abroad? Because, you know, there used to be the alibi back then that there was no money. Now there is the RRF and much more money. And instead of that, we do have impunity, we do have corruption, we do have infringement procedures by the European Union and the European Prosecutor's Office, and the Greek government reluctant to cooperate. All that create the impression and the feeling to the Greek citizens that all political personnel of this country, all political staff of this country is beyond law. This is not who I am. So, who has the power? Currently are my strategic rivals. Is this my right as a leader of a political party? Well, these are our principles. We want to change chapter so that Greece may become an ordinary European state.
Ευχαριστούμε τον πρόεδρο του ΠΑΣΟΚ.
Thank you very much. Mr. Androulakis, sorry for that. We saw that you came back from Crete dynamically, and Mr. Androulakis said, well, my mother prepared me to eat, and so I was strengthened, you know. Thank you very much. Well, the president of PASOK gave many news and food for thought. And so we would like to thank him for this political discussion. And now let us proceed with the new session, who will feature representatives of various countries who do not share the same priorities, as repeatedly pointed out earlier. But what actually resulted from all sessions was that we need to come up with a European security and defense policy which goes hand in hand with a European security union. And so I would like to give the floor to Maria Sarafalou from Antena, who will moderate the session entitled relationship between European defense and security and common foreign policy for Europe, protecting from Finland to Estonia to Greece and Cyprus. And together with us, we'll have the MEP Sven Mixer, MEP from Estonia, Professor Lukas Tsoukalis from Eliamep, Tobias Kremer, MEP from Germany, and Professor Konstantinos Filis, Director of the International Relations Institute. Please, gentlemen and lady, madam, take the floor.
Good afternoon, Christina. Thank you very much. I would like to touch upon something that the president of PASOK said before in order to start this discussion. He said that the common European vision cannot possibly be limited in a single currency. And now it is obvious that economic might is not enough. The European integration is not a theoretical concept. It is an imperative need. It is a matter of survival of the European Union and of its strategic autonomy. We live in a world that is rapidly changing and shifting at unprecedented speed. Geopolitical equilibriums change, alliances change, and in all this, European Union needs to find different approaches, especially in terms of security and defense. And this is exactly what we'll talk about today. We're going to talk about the synergies that can be developed in the European bloc, and we're going to talk about the new relations between Europe, United States, and Russia. The challenges are many, especially here in our neighborhood, the Eastern Mediterranean. Energy constitutes a powerful diplomatic tool, not just a financial one. So we have a wide range of topics to talk about, and I would like to kick off the discussion with our distinguished guests. We have with us the president of Eliamep, Professor Lukas Tsoukalis.
Our distinguished speakers, leading voices in the European Parliament, Mr. Sven Mixer. He's a member of the European Parliament, coordinator on the Security and Defense Committee, and former Minister of Defense of Estonia. Joining us as well is Mr. Tobias Kremer. He is a member of the European Parliament as well, with a group of the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats, and member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and Security and Defense. Μαζί μας επίσης και ο Διευθυντής του Ινστιτούτου.
With us we have Mr. Konstantinos Filis, Director of the Institute of International Affairs. Mr. Tsoukalis, I would like to start with you. We will have a very short round of first interventions, and would like to hear what you have to say about the topics raised, and then we will proceed to the discussion. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is a great pleasure to share with you some of my thoughts. We were asked to think about the relation between European security and defense policy and European foreign policy. If you allow me, I suggest that before we start dreaming, we need to think where we come from and where we start today. I believe that we in Europe for many years, at least after the end of the Cold War and the fall of the Berlin Wall, we created a world in our mind that was a world that seemed like a mild version of the European model, a world with powerful international organizations, common rules, increased economic interdependence, which is the product of the abolition of the financial borders, a world where the European economies, which I remind you are open economies compared to the American one, for example, could benefit, a world in which the Europeans could exercise the so-called mild power, soft power, because hard power we never had. At the same time, we believed that in Europe the famous dividend of peace would last forever. And at the back of our minds, there was always this idea, according to which if something goes wrong, there is always the protector, the United States, who will run to our rescue. These were the basic ingredients with which the European dreams were made for some decades. And what I would like to share with you for some thought is that now these dreams have become nightmares. They have become nightmares because, first of all, the wars are in our neighborhood, both in the north and in the south. Russia is a revisionist power and makes clear on a daily basis that it is not satisfied with the post-Cold War state of things, which was shaped by the winners of the Cold War. The United States became an unpredictable protector, and unpredictability constitutes a basic element of the foreign policy of President Trump. And United States ask for us to pay a higher price for any protection they will have to offer us. And in order to be honest with one another, we need to add something else. And that is that the international rules and the international institutions are losing ground. And every day, what prevails is the so-called the right of the might. In this world, Europe was not ready to survive. So today we are obligated to start with endeavor towards peace and to add to it a dimension of peace. And this is very difficult because what we are asking, basically, we are asking Europe to change its DNA. And in order to change the DNA, a lot of things need to happen. It's easier in words, much harder in practice. The European foreign policy, to close with that, if we want to be honest, is a target, is a wish. It is not a reality, not today. We don't have a European foreign policy. We have only some signs of foreign policy, but nothing more, unfortunately, in my view, but this is the reality, which means, of course, that we don't have European defense dimension. We start today to build that, but in order to have a European defense dimension, we need the political will, money, and time. And none of these is in abundance or in availability inside Europe. That's all for the time being.
I would like a comment from you as we explore the prospects and the challenges of European defense integration.
Well, thank you very much. I would also join everyone who's spoken before me and thank Yannis Maniatis, who's a great colleague at the European Parliament, and I think it's very important for the timely discussion here. I'm also very glad to see my former colleague from a previous Parliament, the PASOK chair, Mr. Androulakis. It's very nice to see you again after a while. I would say that politicians in democracies generally do not like spending on defense because there are other more important or more pleasant expenditure lines that the voters tend to appreciate more at the elections. So that's one of the disadvantages, if you wish, of democracies. I would like to recall that we'll go quite a while back to history. At the end of the First World War, during Paris peace talks, when the leaders of the victorious countries gathered in Paris to carve up the territories of the former Ottoman Empire. And at one point, well, after these negotiations had dragged on for quite a while, they were sort of brought down to earth by General Allenby, who said that, well, you can talk whatever you want, but you have to acknowledge that while at the end, or at the armistice table, and if arms fell silent, I used to have more than 1 million soldiers at arms spread across the Ottoman territories, but today I don't have any because you have switched your economies back to peacetime, and so there might be some slight problem with the implementation of whatever you agree. So indeed, this is one of the disadvantages of democracy, is that we don't really like to spend on defense, and our voters don't really appreciate spending on defense quite as much as they like expenditure in social welfare or education or whatever. At the same time, democracies do have many advantages. Generally, it's the private sector that drives economic growth and also innovation, and we know that the private sector then tends to thrive under democracy and rule of law. The same applies to academic institutions who also drive innovation and scientific research. They also tend to do better under democracy. So we do have many competitive advantages. Now, when we say that EU defense expenditure is today is not what it needs to be, then I think we have to be realistic. As much as we might like the idea of a totally Europeanized defense across the Union, we know that this won't happen in any foreseeable future. That when defense will continue to be a very important attribute of national sovereignty, but also EU treaty base will not be radically sort of changed in a revolutionary manner in any foreseeable future. So we have to acknowledge that while we are talking about and hoping that we will be able to fund all those common European initiatives during the next budget cycle, and we are talking about the increase in defense, EU defense common defense spending by tens of billions of euros, this will only be a fraction of the collective defense spending of the member states. We know that today the collective GDP of the Union amounts to roughly 20 trillion US dollars, or if you want to adjust it by purchasing power parity, it's closer to 30, but still, that means that what we spend on the European level will be just a small fraction of that. We have spoken today a lot about different sort of security perceptions. I would like to say that these are not merely perceptions. The security situation in different corners of the Union is different. The threats we face in Estonia and Greece are objectively different, but also the level of threat of external military aggression differs. Where academics might want to sort of argue that, or ask the question of whether Austria, for example, is well defended against the potential military aggression, but I would argue that the level of threat of external military aggression in Austria is very different from, for example, Estonia, also possibly from Greece. So I think this is something that we need to acknowledge. And finally, I think that we have to also understand that there are twofold objectives of what we want to do with this additional money. The first one is obviously to be better prepared for any military contingency, to be better defended. The other one, actually, and this comes from the Draghi report directly, is to make Europe more competitive when it comes to technology and industry. And these, while they are not in any way in contradiction to each other, they are not necessarily one and the same thing either. There are many reasons why we are not competitive. Actually, we have to acknowledge that European societies are relatively old. We have also built over the decades a relatively expensive and vast welfare net that we cannot afford to dismantle, and we don't want to dismantle. And it would be extremely dangerous also to try to do so. But it has an effect, obviously. And then we are also highly regulated, and this is what Draghi report mainly focuses on, that we need to deregulate somewhat in order to increase our competitiveness at least slightly. So I would limit it to that and come back to some issues.
Yes, let's wrap up for the moment. So, Mr. Krömer, I'm really interested in listening to Germany's approach to this debate on creating a common defense system in Europe.
First of all, thank you as well for the kind invitation. I also want to follow my colleague in thanking Yannis Maniatis, who really, not just for organizing this, but who really also plays an essential role in the European Parliament. I think also thanks to his work, we are probably the most united political group and one of the most potent group when it comes to security and defense. And I'm just very, very grateful that we have him for that. And you mention, and this has been mentioned a lot, the different national perspectives. And actually one of the contributions that Yannis has made is really bringing us together. And in particular, I think Germany is quite an interesting case because it has made perhaps one of the longest journeys in the shortest amount of times. And I can even connect that to my own biography. I am in many ways myself a child of the peace dividend, so to speak. I grew up in the 1990s and 2000s. For me, it was not even imaginable. We were surrounded by friends. The Cold War was over. I myself even grew up as a son of a Lutheran pastor who was involved in the peace movement, and we very much were hoping that this unipolar moment that you described, the rules-based international order, was going to be the future. But it was also, for me, a very personal, in Germany we called it Zeitenwende, but turn of events this 24th of February 2022. I myself was a lecturer in international relations in the UK at that time. And for me it was really stunning. I was the first in my family to have the privilege to get a scholarship, to study abroad, to explore Europe, to really make Europe more than an idea, but really the foundation of my life in a way. But at that moment, I had students who were about the same age that I was when I was allowed to leave my little village or my little city in Germany. And they were the same age, and they gave back their scholarships to fight for this Europe in Ukraine because they were Ukrainian citizens. And that was for me one of those moments where you question almost everything that you took for granted, and that you question many of the things you thought how the world works. And that was for me a personal moment to go back to Germany, to join politics, to get involved. I first became a diplomat. I worked as the Baltic desk officer, so I know Sven's perspective a little better, but also really to see that change in Germany. And I will actually say Germany has, if you asked me in 2021 or even in January 2022, whether in 2 or 3 years' time Germany would have given up on its almost moral theology, on the straitjacket of the debt brake, whether Germany would be ready to invest hundreds and literally hundreds of billions in defense, whether in Germany we even have debates now of whether we can open the debt brake on the European level, or whether we might even think about defense bonds. Everybody would have thought you're crazy. But actually what's been happening in the last year is that while we have still a divergence of threat perceptions. In Germany, we have a beautiful word for that long word, Bedrohungsperzeptionsasymmetrie. It's a beautiful long word. But what I'd actually see it from a positive view, that we actually see a very strong convergence on that. We see a convergence when it comes to threat perceptions, because for the first time we see that Russia is not just targeting Ukraine, is not just targeting individual countries, but Russia is targeting Europe. Putin isn't scared of, why is Putin conducting this war? It's not because he's scared of NATO. I wish he was more scared of NATO. Maybe he wouldn't have started that war. But he's utterly terrified of Europe and of well-functioning democratic societies, because these democratic societies undermine the lies of his own rule, and especially if these successful democratic societies are in Eastern Europe, even if they are part of the were part of the former Soviet Empire, because Putin's narrative is that if you were in that part of the world, democracy wouldn't work for you. And I mean, the example of Sven's country, that is probably one of the biggest success stories over the last couple of decades, really terrifies Putin. That's what he's really scared of. But conversely, we need to understand that this threat against Europe that Russia poses is not going to go away anytime soon. He will continue fighting us. He will continue fighting in Ukraine militarily. But we also have to understand the broader hybrid warfare he's leading against it. We see that at the moment very clearly with sabotage acts, with all the drones about Europe, but also with the cyber attacks we've seen over the last couple of years. I think in Germany alone, and once again for Germany this is a big wake-up call, but in Germany alone we had damages to our economy due to hybrid warfare of over 270 billion euros in the last year alone. 270 billion is 3 times our defense spending. And I think that recognition is moving things quite strongly in Germany, but also in many other European countries. So I think this sense of Europe is being threatened, we are being threatened, is actually understood more broadly in Europe, that it's not only if you are Estonia, but that this is something going against our democracies all over. But I would say it's not just this threat perception that is changing, also understanding that these threats are connected, that if we think about the maritime security and the freedom of the seas, this is also a question of the Russian shadow fleet, for instance. So it's not a question of just looking at Russia and nothing else. But I would also say the second point where we used to have disagreement in Europe was the question of how do we deal with the United States. Once again, we had a perhaps more French perspective that was always talking about autonomy, and then perhaps a more well, in Germany, but also Baltic and Nordic and other countries' perspective, to say we need to keep the Americans on board as much as possible. And that used to be a debate. That debate is over. We are all very clear now that I want to keep the Americans on board, clearly. But regardless of whether you think the Americans should stay on board or whether you think we have to become more independent, for us, the question of what to do is the same. If we want to keep the Americans on board, we have to invest more in defense and become more independent when it comes to conventional hardware. There is no debate about whether you're a Gaullist or not. This is really what we have to do on a European level is becoming increasingly clear. And the third point, where I think there's actually a convergence between countries, is also the question of prioritization and also the question of whether it's necessary to spend more on defense and whether to do so on a European level. Before, that used to be almost questions of faith. Are you a convinced European or are you more on a national level? If we want to become ready to defend ourselves against not just the Russian threat, but the threats we see emerging all across Europe and all around Europe, we can only do that on a European level. And I'm very glad that in Germany that understanding is also growing. I'm very happy, and it's quite rare that Germans say something positive about Germany abroad. But one of the very positive things that I think our government has now understood is, first of all, that we can't sacrifice our security on the altar of budgetary constraint and debt breaks. But also, secondly, that we need to understand that this question is not just about drones and tanks, but that we need to understand security holistically. That in times of hybrid warfare, only if we also have a strong social cohesion, only if we also defend not just our external, but also our social security, will we be able to stand against Putin. And this is why it's such a good point that Germany opened the debt brake on defense, but also invested 500 billion in infrastructure. And I think that is a step that is really important, a signal for Europe. And I'm very, very hopeful that in the next MFF going forward, we can really push that through. It's not bread versus guns. It's not butter versus guns. You can only have both, and that is the social democratic approach. Thank you.
I feel the war is closer already after your remarks, but I was wondering if all European leaders actually have the same approach, a common approach on these critical issues. We'll explore that later. Κύριε Φίλη, ο λόγος σε εσάς.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank Yannis Maniatis for the invitation. We have been partners and fellow travelers for the last 15 years. I believe that today we are in a very critical moment, the most critical after the end of the Cold War and, of course, after the end of the Second World War. There have been some changes that preceded the Trump administration, which, however, during the 10 months of leadership of Trump have been accelerated. We have backing down of multilateral diplomacy. We have undermining of the international rule of law. Of course, the world has always been transactional. The point is, Trump has always been transactional, but the point is that in the second term, he is even more so. Moreover, we have deinstitutionalization of the foreign policy. The United States, for example, up until recently, we could see some special envoys of the president covering not only the gap, but actually defining the foreign policy much more than the State Department did, even more than the competent ministries did, more than the National Defense Advisor, who, for the very first time, is the same person as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. We had some amateurish maneuvers that led to blatant failures like the one in Ukraine. And President Trump having an envoy that had nothing to do with diplomacy, Mr. Witkoff, who was basically the one who was negotiating with President Putin. Putin has been in the same position from March 1990 2009. Prime Minister 2000, President, and ever since he has been defining the development and in Russia. So it was easy for him to manipulate Steve Witkoff, but also President Trump. When President Trump realized the obvious, the American foreign policy shifted, which, however, remains to a great extent a policy that is defined by instinct. President Trump moves and shapes his policy on the basis of instincts. There is no serious strategy. Even if many proponents of Trump in our country praise him and think that everything he does is methodical and surgical, in my view, this is far from reality. He is a person that moves on the basis of instincts. And this, of course, impacts the international development. Just like in the past, the financial diplomacy preceded the diplomacy of negotiations and consultations. But now the situation is even more cynical. We saw that actually in the previous days with the agreements about the energy-related issues. However, I would like to touch upon this later. What I would like to say in order to finish this first intervention is that Europe had to be better prepared to deal with Trump in his second term. Trump had always given us some very clear signs during his first term. It is unacceptable, the fact that we were surprised by the fact that Trump did what he did with regard to Ukraine. You know, the stake for the United States when it comes to Ukraine is not the future of Ukraine or whether Ukraine would lose 20, 29 or 19% of its territory, nor whether there will be a sustainable and long-term solution. What is at stake is whether he will manage to bring Russia closer, which I believe will not happen because Russia is closer to China. But the view of Trump is that he will bring Russia closer and create a distance between Russia and China, which is the main target. This was actually the approach of America to the Ukrainian issue. It had nothing to do with international law or with territorial integrity and sovereignty, and we need to keep this in mind here as Greeks, in case in the near or long future we are asked to come to an understanding with neighboring states. I would like to conclude by saying that the Europeans were inexcusably unprepared to deal with Trump, and the decisions that have been taken, Lucas Tsoukalis actually said this, the decisions that are taken with regard to US come with a premium that has to do with the security of supply, American LNG, or the security of defense. Right now, we are paying the United States, and in the coming years, we are going to pay much more money in order to ensure the security of supply, since we have decided to distance ourselves from Russia, but also for the European defense. And if someone here believes, and I'm saying this because we have here European MPs, we have Mr. Androulakis, president of PASOK, who knows about the European affairs, we have Mr. Diamantopoulou. I don't think there is one single person in this room that believes that the European defense industry will rapidly develop and replace the United States. Even in Ukraine, the discussion that is currently taking place is how will we ensure more American weapons in order to secure Ukraine vis-à-vis Russia. I'm a pro-European by nature, but still, I need to confess that I'm troubled by the stance of Europe during the last few years, especially because Europe claims that it has been surprised by the choices made by Trump and by the decisions taken by Trump that have to do with the European security and defense. And to this, we reacted in a very unprepared way.
Με εσάς, με δεδομένα λοιπόν όλα αυτά που ακούσαμε.
Mr. Tsoukalis, I would like to come back to you. As far as we have heard, there are specific steps for a common, a single European defense system, but it takes time, okay? So, and all that requires time. So, against this backdrop, and in this European Union, where there are national perceptions, but also a different perception when it comes to what risk means, to what an extent is it realistic to expect a progress to that direction? So, toward a vision of common European defense. Well, let me say that the Europeans were not only unprepared, they were also feared. I believe that this word is capable of qualifying the European reaction, especially Germany, says the moderator. Well, not only, but just by looking at the photos from international meetings, it is clear. I mean, it is a group of puzzled and troubled European leaders. They are fearful. They don't know how to react, apart from the lack of preparedness, which, yes, was inexcusable because there was a very serious possibility for the US administration to change. But of course, I know that there was no willingness to get prepared for that possibility in Brussels. I mean, it is like, you know, like a navel gazing. Okay, one just is reluctant to be clear. There is a serious lack of leadership in Europe. We need to acknowledge that. We have weak governments. Most of their members just wanting to secure their term. And we also have weak European institutions. I don't mean to delve into details, because I don't want to be unpleasant. Now, a question of money. There's no doubt that, of course, defense spending needs to increase in Europe. And this does not only apply to Greece, because Greece has been paying a high price for the many past years. Well, Germany has already started doing that, surprisingly. Well, yes. But although I do agree that we need that European defense spending needs to increase, the key question for Europe is not how much money we will spend, but how will we spend that money. A typical example. If we all agree that Russia is an existing threat, Russian GDP today is 1/9 of the European Union's GDP. The military spending of Russia, a country in war, I repeat, is slightly less than French and German military spending today. So the problem in Europe is not how much we spend for defense, but how do we spend that money? I mean, the weakness or the famous vulnerability of Europe lies with its fragmentation and with the mistaken choices when it comes to military spending, defense spending, excuse me. Of course, I'm talking about Europe, and I will come back for Greece.
Like I said before, for the European Union to have a common threat assessment for a joint defense system.
Well, first of all, on spend. My headphones probably. The defense spending, I think we have to acknowledge we have to both spend better and spend more. We cannot say that instead of spending more, we need to spend better. That's not doable. Then harmonized threat assessment is necessary, not necessarily a common unified threat assessment. I think what we need to understand is that security is indivisible. that, well, basically, even though today Germany might not feel quite as threatened by direct Russian kinetic military action as well, Estonia or Latvia, should Europe lose Estonia and Latvia and then Lithuania and Poland to the Russian sphere of influence one day, then obviously Germany would have to spend much, much more than 5% of its GDP to feel safe. So it makes a lot of sense actually to take very seriously other countries' legitimate fears. So we don't necessarily have to share the same sort of sense of urgency about how Greece feels about its security in its geographical neighborhood, but we have to take it seriously if it's something that keeps the Greek politicians awake at night. Then the issue of the holistic approach to defense. It's not just that the Social Democrats are softer at heart than conservatives. It's well, it's not necessarily only because it's partly because of the changing nature of threats and the hybrid threats. But it's also, when I think of Estonia, we wanted to break free from the Soviet occupation because on one hand, obviously, we wanted to get rid of external domination, but we also wanted to be free in the sense of enjoying free society. And there is a very realistic threat that if we neglect the social side, that we lose our own societies to populism because there's a well-known correlation between socio-economic deprivation on one hand and the susceptibility of people to populist, radical and totalitarian ideologies. So it's entirely possible to lose our freedom, not because of external aggression, but because we lose our own countries to non-democratic governments. We don't, and we know that these things tend to stay in place long before they've actually their sort of democratic legitimacy has expired. And finally, on America, I think it's very important to understand that the US has enjoyed the role of, has played successfully the role of the leader of the free world, the leader of democracies, almost since the end of the Second World War. And you cannot become leader of democracies merely by being the strongest military force or the biggest economy. There is an inevitable attribute that is necessary for that, and that's being a democracy. So I think we shouldn't only follow the foreign policy, foreign political steps of the Trump administration. We should also take extremely seriously the rolling back of democracy domestically that we see happening. The attacks on the independence of courts, ruling by decree rather than by the consent of the Congress, using the office of the president to enrich himself and his entourage and his family. I mean, once America ceases to be democracy, it can still be our strategic partner, because we seek partnerships in international crises even with non-democratic countries, but it will be a significantly changed relationship because we will not accept America any longer as the leader of the free world. So I think this is a very serious danger. I hope we are not there yet, I want to underline, and I hope that we still have some breaks, but we need to take that seriously.
Mm-hmm. So, Mr. Krummer, let's focus on Germany and its role to strengthen the European defense system, and maybe you can tell us about Ukraine and how the EU what it should do, what steps must be taken in order to support the country?
So first of all, I think what we need to understand about Ukraine is that it's not just about Ukraine. We mentioned earlier it's not about a few square meters in Ukraine. If we gave that up tomorrow, Putin would never stop fighting. I mean, we saw in some ways, we may even have to be thankful to Donald Trump, because in some ways we had this narrative running around in Europe that if only we compromised a bit with Russia, if only we pressured Ukraine to make some concessions, Putin, we would have an easy peace. Like the appeasement approach. And let's be honest, Trump tried. He tried seriously. He rolled out the red carpet, literally. Like, he gave concessions, he forced the Ukrainians to move. And what did we get from Russia? Nothing at all. We only got more bombs, more attacks on civilians, and in quite a despicable response to diplomatic approaches, we actually saw that Putin responded to this diplomatic initiative by bombing our own EU embassy in Ukraine. So I think to everybody it became clear that Putin will not stop in Ukraine and that he will only respond to strength. And that is, I think, an understanding that has been growing in Germany, but also across Europe, and we can't rely on the Americans on being a knight in shining armor of doing that for us. We need to acquire that strength and show that strength. And that is actually something positive. The question of whether is over. Now it's the question of how. And here, once again, I actually think that we must be very careful. On the one hand, what Germany has done so far, I think it's very clear. Germany has become the biggest supporter of Ukraine in Europe. We've spent over 30 billion euros on supporting Ukraine. We've been one of the leaders across Europe with that. But I don't think that that's enough. What I actually think what we need to achieve is to change Putin's calculus about the war. Because the problem of the debate in Europe is that every 3 months we debate, oh, should we have this new weapons system? Or should we have another small tranche of money for Putin? Putin thinks every single time, they're going to be weak. I have hope that time is on his side. And we need to change that. And I would actually say, responding to these Russian and to these hybrid attacks we see at the moment, the one right thing to do is not to follow Putin's escalation theory and go onto the field where he might have an advantage because he doesn't need to care about his own popular support. He will just use any hybrid response we do in that way. It's not really a way for us to win. I would say let's go where it actually hurts Putin. And unfortunately, that's not just the lives of his soldiers on the battlefield. Unfortunately, he doesn't really care about them. But what he does care about is his bank account. And this is why I think one of the really big things, and the German Chancellor is pushing for that along with others, is to finally turn Russia's frozen assets of almost 200 billion in Europe into a leverage for peace by not seizing them, but by using them as a reparation loan for Ukraine. Because this has several advantages. First of all, it's what Sven said, it's like we need to show that to our societies as well that we are actually able to finance that. But perhaps even more importantly, it shows to Putin that we are not only able, but willing to support Ukraine in the long term, and that time is not on his side. And that the longer he drags this out, he loses money.
Yes, but European leaders cannot find a common voice on that.
I mean, we are relatively close. If you think about this, where we were a couple of years ago, I mean, we've been, as Social Democrats, we've been pushing for that in the European Parliament for a couple of years. Now it's literally, it's Belgium. And I can understand some of the concerns that Belgium has. But I'm actually very confident that before the end of this year, we will have done this. It's a European way, it's never easy. We never have the big moment, the Hamiltonian moment. But what we are moving, this is like a huge thing.
You opened up the debate because both of them want a short comment.
Go
Please, short one.
Just a short one. As a ratio of GDP, I think Estonia is doing very, very well indeed in supporting Ukraine. But the fact is, obviously, that there are many countries in Europe who do not actually spend at the same level on supporting Ukraine. And there's this well-designed formulation that we need to stay with Ukraine for as long as it takes. And it's actually a very different thing from saying that we will do as much as it takes to make sure that Ukraine wins. Because you have to realize that how long it will take is directly dependent on how much we do today. So, I mean, we will actually end up spending much more, even if we see Ukraine through to victory, if we don't do enough today.
Κύριε Τσούκαλη, πολύ σύντομα.
Let me ask the question. No, it's because it's directly to my German friend here. He spoke about reparations, okay? Now, my understanding of history is that reparations are paid by countries that lose wars. Does he anticipate Russia losing a war? And what exactly does defeat mean for a nuclear power?
I think it's very clear here when we talk about the reparations law that it's Russia's choice. I mean, like international law-wise, it's clear that Russia would be obliged to pay reparations. Legally speaking, that's out of a question. But you speak realpolitik-wise, countries, like if they aren't defeated, don't usually pay money. But the Russian claim to their frozen assets is also a legal one. So they are saying, we want you to stick to international law and give us our money back, which we are ready to do, but only if you stick to international law as well and pay the reparations. And Russia may well decide not to pay reparations, in which case we may well decide not to give money back its frozen assets. That is Russia's decision and Russia's decision at all. Of course, nobody's talking about a defeat, like nobody's expecting Ukraine forces to march to Moscow. I think what we have to come to is, as I said, change the calculus of Putin. Putin still has the illusion that if he pushes a couple of more months, he can win with this war. And I actually think we can change this calculus if we show him a long-term commitment to Ukraine and a long-term commitment to Ukraine, even if the Americans don't do what we hope that they will do. And I think this is how you get to negotiations.
We have to wrap up. That's another debate and we don't have the time for that. Με δεδομένο λοιπόν ότι είναι εντελώς απρόβλεπτο.
Mr. Phillips, given that the American policy is very unpredictable and is based on different priorities, could you tell us how this impacts the European defense and the challenges the European Union is faced with? And from the big picture, let's talk about our neighborhood, because here we have several challenges as well, Eastern Mediterranean.
Well, first of all, what has to do with the European defense is a problem of co-perception and prioritization. And I don't mean to be critical, but I would like to remind that by adopting Ostpolitik from Willy Brandt period onwards, when the two energy crises emerged between 2005 and 2009, when back then a strategic choice had to be made by the European Union with reference to diversification, Germany opted for Nord Stream 2, in other words, to extend and increase the dependence of Europe. Why? Because it had access to cheaper Russian hydrocarbons for its economy, industry and household. This is a reality that one cannot disregard, because Germany, as a leading country, is very important. When that diversification was decided with reference to Ukraine and not to, in my view, a strategic mistake was made, which overall, as Europe, we had to pay the price for. Why? Because it prioritized the German interests to the detriment of the European interests. I'm saying that because too often and for too many times we have heard the term solidarity in the past 15 years, and I will stop here. When it comes to prioritization and co-perception, let me say this. I'm not sure whether currently all European citizens do have the same perception as to what kind of threat Russia is vis-à-vis Europe overall. Sometimes figures tell the truth. Do you know the percentage of Italian and Spanish citizens who believe that Russia constitutes a threat for the safety of their countries? Only 20%. In the Baltics or in countries which are close to Russia, as Poland, and who also have historical reasons to show distrust to Russia, that percentage skyrockets to close to 70% or 80%. Is there here an issue? Can we agree on that? And this probably means that some populists, because also some other speakers have talked about populism, it means that several populists can invest in that, can instrumentalize that. And safety and security is number one priority to then be able to enjoy all the basics, including democracy, the rule of law, the welfare state, and so on and so forth. However, I don't believe that we easily can now convince that European taxpayers need to pay even more to protect ourselves against Russia more than we feel protected today. And there's also an objective issue, although I don't have any operational experience, but I suppose that any reasonable human being can understand that the European security and defense systems, considering that there's no one operational center, as is the case with NATO, cannot unify de facto in order to address, let's say, an assault from Russia to any member state of the European Union. How would the French nuclear umbrella would work in the case of any assault to Estonia or to France? I mean, these are issues which are not addressed. I'm not saying that they should, but I'm just acknowledging and taking stock of the situation. Now, when it comes to the position of Greece and Cyprus, I would also like to spend some words on prioritization of threats. I don't believe that many fellow citizens of ours, but also in other countries, in the other Mediterranean countries or the Iberian Peninsula, believe that Russia is the biggest threat. For example, to us, this is Turkey, but it's not only Turkey. There are issues which have to do with irregular migration, with climate crisis, issues which have to do with organized crime, pertaining to infrastructure security. And we know how much energy and other infrastructure are vulnerable vis-à-vis the asymmetric threat. And the biggest issue with asymmetric threats lies with the fact that because they are asymmetric, it is difficult to find the culprit. Even today, we don't know who destroyed Nord Stream 2. Was it a Ukrainian who is in jail in Poland and cannot be extradited, or was he working on behalf of someone else? I mean, can we officially know who lies behind the drone assaults in airports? I mean, we don't have the necessary evidence to blame explicitly a country. So here there is an issue which certainly has to do with an area. When we implemented the peace operation to control the weapon embargo imposed on Libya by UN, and we asked the assistance of the Nordics or of Baltic countries, no country back then was willing to support us. Why? Because they believed that that European operation was distant from their geographical radius and was not directly affecting their security. So I would really love to be more optimist than I may sound, but I do believe that many problems are to be addressed.
Just to be on record, I would contest many things that were said during this last statement, and obviously, I mean, all those things regarding the potential sharing of the French nuclear umbrella, they are being discussed. They have been discussed. I think it's very good that we don't have any ambiguity as to which nuclear deterrent actually covers us. We don't want to have sort of Russians double guessing as to how it works. So I think it makes a lot of sense sticking with the American nuclear deterrent as common NATO deterrent. And I think that also regarding the Russian threat, I think that it is, while you can obviously present a very, very long list of different threats and different dangers, the Russian one, especially since it is actively fighting a war of aggression against the neighboring country, which is the bloodiest in the 21st century by some margin as a conventional war, it is unique because Russia sits with a veto power at the UN Security Council, and UN Security Council is the one institution that is tasked with protecting security and peace in the world. And if one veto-powered member will get away with war of aggression with impunity, then it will have detrimental results for the whole global security architecture for the next generations.
Thank you so much. Θέλω να ευχαριστήσω όλους τους ομιλητές.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank all the speakers. We have no more time. We need to finish this discussion here. I would like to thank all the speakers for this lively dialogue.
Και ευχαριστούμε πολύ και εσάς.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Thank you very much. Νομίζω ήταν από τους πολύ επίσης αποκαλυπτικούς διαλόγους συζήτησης. Και τώρα δεν το άγγιξα.
I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. You saw that. It makes noise on its own. This was one of the most interesting discussions that showcased this major issue of perception of a threat. Which country threatens which? However, we will hear more about all this by Mr. Maniatis towards the end of this event. Now, we will have another very interesting discussion. Mr. Ellis will be the moderator. Mr. Ellis is journalist, the director of the English-speaking edition of Καθημερινή newspaper. He will have a discussion with Evangelos Venizelos, a former vice president of the government and minister of foreign affairs and foreign minister of national defense, an expert in national defense and security issues. That is why I believe that the discussion will be very interesting and it will not focus only on the present but also on the future and what we can expect given the geopolitical pressures. Gentlemen, if you could please take your seat.
Καθώς έρχεται ο Πρόεδρος, εγώ απλά να επισημάνω τη μεγάλη σημασία που πρέπει να δώσουμε.
I would just like to say that we need to pay particular emphasis on the interventions made by Mr. Maniatis. He's a person who gets positive comments from all political parties. Most politicians talk very positively about Mr. Maniatis. He's a person that insists on the importance of consensus, and I believe that we can see tangible steps being taken by him in the direction of consensus. He's a person who knows a lot about his sector. He's a person who offers a lot with great success also in the European Parliament.
Να ξεκινήσω λοιπόν τη ζήτηση με τον Αντιπρόεδρο και με τα πολλά.
So, let's start this discussion with the former Vice President of PASOK, former Minister of National Defense, of Foreign Affairs. But since we want to talk about the current developments, let's start with this. A few days ago, we had many American officials, as well as European ones, here in Athens, who had talks and signed agreements on energy-related issues. And of course, energy is an integral part of security, especially of European one. And I would like to ask you about the vertical corridor. In the past, it was Southern Corridor. How do you see this development? Is it as important as it seems? Will it materialize? And since, as a minister, you know how our Turks, our allies, think, do you think that they are worried about this development? Do they feel surrounded? Because I have seen many analyses that lie in the sphere of imagination, I would say. But anyway, you posed a very complex question. First of all, I would like to thank Yannis Maniatis for the invitation. And I would like to greet all those who are taking part in this very important event. And I would like to reply by saying that you actually touched upon all the important developments. Undoubtedly, it is an important development. We had, at the same time, in Athens, many American officials. This coincided with the arrival of the new ambassador, and this showed that there was increased American interest in the southeastern Mediterranean, especially in Greece. The fact that the American administration and Trump turned towards Eastern Mediterranean is something very interesting. We are very close to the Middle East. We are very close to Ukraine, closer than we think. If from Alexandroupoli we open the digital map, we spread out the digital map and we see the trajectory up to Kiev, we will see that we are very close. Of course, if there is an increased American interest in the area, this will be manifested in the way we know. In other words, it will be a political, voluntaristic interest, highly transactional. There has to be a settlement, there has to be a deal. So we need to know which are our boundaries and to have an upgraded and comprehensive strategic understanding of the developments and of the situation in general. Now, the energy-related issues have a geopolitical dimension, undoubtedly, because they have, first and foremost, a geographical dimension. So, as a result, it is very important to know that there is a lot of interest in the sale of American LNG shale gas to the region. And it is also very important to know that they think that Greece has the necessary infrastructure and the geographical position to play a role in this vertical corridor, as it is being called lately. Of course, we have Revithousa. We also have the FSRU in Alexandroupoli. We know very well that in the route between Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, Slovenia, Moldavia, Ukraine, the other possibility to use this as a station is in Kurk, a name without vowels, and that this was the case as of 2014. I have talked about this in the summit of ministers of Visegrad +3, that is Visegrad plus Greece, Romania, Bulgaria. Back in 2014, the memorandum at ministerial level regarding the cooperation of the countries taking part in this corridor was signed in 2016. The memorandum of the operators of the transmission systems of natural gas, that is, the organizations similar to DESFA, was signed in 2022. It expires in December 2025, and it is updated automatically for a year. So what happened the day before yesterday, that is the signing of a trade agreement between two companies, an American company that has and trades shale natural gas from Arlington, and a newly established Greek company. It was established a few days ago with the collaboration of DEPA Trading and of a commercial business, of a group, of a business group actually, is undoubtedly something very important. However, it remains to be seen what will happen in the future, and we will know more after 2030. And given that the Greek company takes on the risk of importing the LNG from the United States, is something to keep in mind. This company needs to have somewhere to sell it to, otherwise there's no point in doing that. So it is something very important. Equally important, of course, is the surveys south of Crete, the exploration missions operations south of Crete. of course, does this mean that the Americans actually decided to favor Greece in this region, that they voted in favor of Greece and against Turkey? For example, this is how some people interpret it. This would be a superficial and naive understanding of things. I want to remind you that the major political initiative as of late was the fact that the Prime Minister Mitsotakis brought back to the foreground the meeting of the countries that have sea borders with Greece. That is not of Lebanon, Syria, and Israel. That is not the countries that have delineated their exclusive economic zone with Cyprus, but with the participation of Turkey, Egypt, Libya, and of Greece. This is what we're saying. Yes, Turkey says otherwise. You know how this story started. In 2020, Mr. Michel was the one that put it forward. It was accepted on the basis that all these countries will take part and the European Union. Now, the Greek proposal doesn't mention anything about the European Union as such. And, of course, there was a Turkish proposal, an official one, formulated by Erdogan at the podium of the United Nations in 2020, and an official letter of the permanent representative of Turkey, Ambassador Sinisioglu, current General Secretary of OASE. So there is a problem with Cyprus and Libya, because how will Libya be represented, since it is not a country with a clear regime? So this changes the discussion. The Prime Minister made the proposal. Okay, what will be the result? Look, I want to remind you that it has been repeatedly underscored that in the schemes of cooperation that we have strived to develop and organize, and that see to the other side, that is, the trilateral cooperation schemes, Greece, Israel, Cyprus, and Greece, Cyprus, Egypt. In order for this to happen, I traveled 4 consecutive times to Cairo when the major change occurred from Mersi to Sisi. And we want this to become a 4-party with the participation of the United States. Again, we do not mention the European Union. So there are all these that nobody forgets, not even the United States. And on the other hand, we have the pending issue of the electric interconnection of the GCI, in other words. We have some Israeli thoughts of making the connection to the other side, Israel-Cyprus. There have always been Turkish proposals saying, why have a cable of 1,000 kilometers when you can have a cable of 80 kilometers in between the occupied territory and Turkey? They had said the same for the irrigation pipe from back in the past. And I'm saying all this because we need to have an understanding of what's going on. It means that the problems between Greece and Turkey will never be resolved in this way. So we must never underestimate the direct Greek-Turkish dialogue, the contacts, the measures for building of trust. We should never forget this. We should never, of course, be inert or rest on our laurels. The bilateral level is of extreme importance. Moreover, we need to be ready to have a discussion with Cyprus. The Hellenism and Cyprus need to decide whether there has to be a new momentum for the Cypriot issue. Now we have this new Turkish leader in Cyprus. Who is the president of the Cypriot Turkish Republic. So we need to decide on all this. Are we going to act in the same way like he does? In other words, we would vote for it in a referendum. Because if we start a process and the result is rejected in the context of a referendum by the Greek Cypriot side, we will not be that credible internationally. So I would say that yes, all these have been very important. They need to be placed in the bigger picture, but these will not resolve the issue we have, at the core of which lies the delineation of the continental shelf and of the exclusive economic zone in the Aegean Sea, and of course the issue of the territorial waters and many other issues. Only about the territorial issues do I speak, because we need to know that the regional summit as an idea doesn't include the Aegean. Greece hasn't proposed a regional summit for the Aegean. For the Eastern Mediterranean, in the Aegean, there are no other coastal countries except Greece and Turkey. In the Aegean, Greece and Turkey have territorial waters of 6 nautical miles. Now, in the Eastern Mediterranean, the other countries have 12 nautical miles of territorial waters, Greece 6, except the points that it has now expanded on. Turkey, in a large part of Eastern Mediterranean that has proximity to Greek islands, has 6 nautical miles. So we have many issues to talk about without negotiating. These are sovereignty-related issues. I stopped as Minister of Foreign Affairs the negotiation about the Greek territorial waters and said that we will have a discussion about the exclusive economic zone and continental shelf. We are talking about these two. So this national line that we follow since 2013, a national line that talks about Aegean and Mediterranean exclusive economic zone and continental shelf and dialogue, this is the line that we need to think about in the way that Nikos Androulakis mentioned before, that is, on the basis of consensus, with political understanding and civilization, with a feeling of history, with the knowledge of the relations of power. And we need also to talk about the initiatives taken by the American president in specific war-torn areas. Fortunately, we are in an area that has no war, which means that we have a lot of advantages.
Well, we started with energy, but of course, let me ask you, the recent statement by Fidan, we say 6, you say 12, etc., and I remember Mr. Rozakis, who also wrote an article. So I would like to ask you, do you see a shift? Do you see a willingness by Turkey to agree to something different or not? Again, let me repeat, because this is a critical point which sounds simple but is not. Mr. Fidan was answering about Aegean. He was not answering about the Mediterranean. So, what we call as mineral wealth, mineral resources, matters in the Mediterranean, not in the Aegean. So in the Aegean, we can do nothing more than we have been doing. I mean, we may develop RES plans, but certainly we will not try to investigate whether there is oil or natural gas, etc., because there is a financial, developmental, ecological orientation, especially in the case of the Aegean, which is a semi-closed sea. So, of course, the interest is there, but not as the interest in the Mediterranean. Now, it is also difficult to understand what this that the Dodecanese would be divided, half in the Aegean and another half in the Mediterranean. There are important territories which belong to the Mediterranean. According to the IMO geographical classification, they do not, they belong to the Mediterranean. So it's important to use both. Since the 1976, the first crisis onwards, when Greece turned to The Hague, we have been talking about the Aegean. This is not the Aegean anymore. I mean, this has to do with Libya, with Egypt, with Italy, even with Albania, where delimitation is pending. So it needs to make sense. The approach based on facts not always helps us draw safe conclusions. Okay, you talked about consensus, etc., and I cannot but ask you, with reference to Mr. Samaras's recent interview, when it comes to the Greek-Turkish relations, he talked about some people's intention to go beyond some boundaries with his traditional harsh way. Now, and of course, so I would like to have your take. Well, we shared a very difficult period together with Mr. Samaras. We do have a personal relationship. I hear him emotionally, and I honor him. He honored the framework of cooperation we had back in 2012, meaning that in 2012, or rather 2012 came after 2011, so another government featuring both New Democracy and PASOK, and back then even Mr. Karzaferis was featuring that government. So the initially tripartite government in which Mr. Yorgos and Mr. Voridis and Mr. Georgiadis were ministers, they entered into the second memorandum of understanding, correcting the big structural deficiencies of the first memorandum. Back then, I was the vice president of the government which did that and succeeded in the unprecedented restructuring of public debt. In summer 2012, when the second time there was a joint government with PASOK, New Democracy, and the MAR, these things, so the restructuring of the debt, had already happened, and the Eurozone back then were bound with considerable amounts. And so back then, we had a government in which some fundamental issues were granted. So when I am a vice president of the Council of Ministers and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, of course the policy is co-decided, but it is me who exercise it. So the exploratory relationships were going on. Their framework decisively changed. We made the statement about the jurisdiction of the Hamburg and the Hague Tribunal in January 2015. We opened up we paved the way for the process which led to the outcome, the Kamukana for Cyprus, and to manage to do so, I had a series of meetings with Erdogan, Çavuşoğlu, and the same goes for Mr. Samaras, of course. So we also had a ministerial council between the two counterparts here, and another one in Cardiff. and also, okay, so, and of course, that's also, we also had an agreement on the position of the country. I mean, Mr. Samaras has never concealed his personal views, but as no matter how strange it may sound, the line we had agreed upon was the line of the country, and this, in full honesty, Mr. Samaras complied by what had been agreed upon. What about now? Well, this is a question to be asked to the Prime Minister. As I said, we need to have a strategic self-awareness, but also a continuation. We need to be aware of facts. We need to revisit all that. But in order to stay practical, first, we need to make sure that the process and the climate of Greek-Turkey relationship need to be maintained in 3 levels. First, exploratory meetings. Second, trust-building measures. And third, positive agenda. And Nicosia and Athens need to substantially acknowledge what the Greek-speaking peoples want. And we need also to keep supporting the meetings like the Mediterranean intergovernmental meetings, acknowledging, of course, that the interests of the Greek Cypriots in the Cypriot EEZ need to be 100% secured through an escrow account with the guarantee of the European Commission. Okay, let me go back to the Greek-Turkish relationship.
Εάν κάποια στιγμή που όλοι... Αυτό είναι και εξαγωγή. Ναι, όχι, θέλω να...
And considering the enthusiasm that we have witnessed in Athens recently as to Greece becoming a gateway, a point of entrance for energy, etc. As soon as the war between Russia and Ukraine is over and a solution is found, any solution, do you see any prospect whatsoever to end a way of Russian hydrocarbons into Europe at any quantity, and what this would mean for us, a country which wants to play a critical role? Let us be historically accurate. The American requirement to diversify the energy sources is not recent. It dates back to 2012, culminating in 2014 with Maidan and the first Minsk agreements. So the Americans wanted us to decrease our dependence on the Russian natural gas, which is why, at least when it comes to the TAP, which passes through Turkey though, they insisted so much. I mean, one thing is the diversification of sources of origin, and another thing is diversification of transit. As a result, the two main pipelines necessarily pass through Turkey. So there was no diversification when it comes to the pipelines. But then our infrastructure in LNG progressed. But the Americans, you know, always wished for a reduced dependence. But you remember well that we had Nord Stream 1, Nord Stream 2, Germany, what all member states of the European Union did. Now, the President Trump has not said, of course, that sanctions against Russia will be indefinite. He also said that in case of an end of the war on Ukraine, they may be removed. And in this case, well, to the Indian Prime Minister, he said, okay, let us stop and then we will revisit. Yes, he also envisaged a possible involvement of USA in the Russian natural resources. I mean, as he was interested in Ukrainian rare earths, he did not exclude any interest in the Russian hydrocarbons. I mean, we need to be prepared to face that possibilities. And at the same time, we also need to cope with the regulatory framework of energy, which is detrimental to southern European countries. And we also need to strengthen interconnection of electrical grid because we are the very extreme of Europe. Moreover, we need to face an obvious dumping because we are an RES dedicated country, a green transition country, and next to us we have Bulgaria with Kozloduy and Turkey, which promotes Agoyu, so to nuclear stations. You know, nuclear energy in case of an accident would never stop to show its passport at the border. So, you know, we need to keep many things in mind if we want to have a serious national strategy and a serious European strategy. Yet another question that has to do with the European dimension. SAFE is under discussion. It's part of. It's also addressed by the political dialogue in Greece. And I would like to ask you, thanks, because you may know things thanks to your experience and also able to say things. To what an extent is it reasonable to ask from countries like France, Germany, or UK not to give metal Eurofighters or whatever to a country like Turkey when they believe that it is convenient to them for the benefit of the principles of the European Union? Why? Because our country is threatened, in brackets, by Turkey, which of course is not does not identify with the perception of other member states of the European Union. So, I mean, does it make sense for us to go to Italy or to France and tell them, please don't sell them missiles, etc., because it's also a concern to me.
This is a very complex and demanding question, and I would like to remind you of some things. First of all, the security pillar of Europe is NATO. The discussion about European security and strategic autonomy should not undermine NATO. And we are afraid that the American side will undermine NATO. We are afraid that America will withdraw from its commitment to ensuring European defense and security, because there is an historic American commitment for European security, and at the same time, America believes that European security is crucial for American security. And this is true as of 1917, from Woodrow Wilson, from the First World War. There were some periods of breaks, but this is the overall thinking. And now we're talking about European security, and of course there has to be a European security and a European command, but in collaboration with NATO, because otherwise it will be as if we are releasing the United States from their commitment to European security. First was that. Second, NATO, in which Turkey is a member. Turkey is a member of NATO. How? It is a member as of 1952, simultaneously with Greece. In the first expansion of NATO, after its establishment, Greece and Turkey were integrated simultaneously. And keep in mind something else. The attack to Turkish territory was a reason to activate the clause of solidarity of Article 5 of the Pact of Northern Atlantic before Turkey became a member, because there were the straits. And why was that? Because the narrative of Greece and of the West in general is that Turkey, in the past the Ottoman Empire, and then Greece in common, working together, they shoulder the geographical and historical burden to impede the Russia from entering the Mediterranean. It was Mavrokordatos back in 1821 that said that, and it was why actually Greece and Turkey became members of NATO in 1952. This was the result of what he had said back in 1821. In the past, in that same room, I had said that Turkey has another argument. It was a member of the Western European Union that was the pillar that then became the pillar of the European security and defense policy. Now, can we set some terms and conditions for the participation of Turkey? We're talking about the 150 billions of loans in the context of REARM, which is based on national resources, because each has their own resources. Yes, we can actually put that forward, but I believe that the most safe thing to do is to put that forward on a bilateral basis. We should do that on a bilateral basis. We to Turkey as a European state, but also as an interlocutor and neighbor of Turkey, we should put that to Turkey on a bilateral basis. Moreover, constraints that the American Congress deems self-evident, constraints on the weapon system, not be enforced for European countries. For example, America says that I'm not going to give you any upgrades of F-16. I remove you from the F-35 programs for some reasons that have to do with the value, security, collaboration with the Russian Federation, and not having the European countries doing the same. It's like the Americans are more sensitized to these things. We are the customer, we are the buyers, because our weapon systems are mainly German, French, Italian, Dutch. And there is a truth that we need to say. And the truth is that Greece is a hybrid country. For us, the security problem, hence the security expenditure, have to do with Turkey, not Russia. For us, the security issue was never Russia, but Turkey. And of course, our partners realize that. The United States realize that. Turkey, on its side, says that our security problem is not Greece. Greece is last on the list because it is a European civilized country, a good neighbor. We have Russia, we have Iraq, Iran, Yemen, Caucasus, the Kurds, internal security. We have also this issue called the Aegean Mediterranean. Okay, and this is understandable. It is based on size and geography. So we are a country that says, yes, we spend 3-4% of the GDP on defense expenditure. In our mind, of course, we always have Turkey, not Russia. When NATO, however, says, or when President Trump says that we need to increase our expenditure, he doesn't mean the expenditure that we have jointly, but vis-à-vis Russia, with which he is negotiating without asking anyone. He is also negotiating with China without asking anyone. He is the leader of the West, and he exercises his leadership as long as the other Western countries accept his criteria and choices. It is a very peculiar relation between the leader of the West and the member states of the West. So we need to understand exactly what we are saying and what kind of security model we want for ourselves and for Europe. I heard the dear European MPs and former colleagues, and I would like to tell you the following. If you ask the member states of the European Union about their security and ask them, where do you invest primarily, in the European autonomy or in the United States? What answer will you get? Up until now, United States. We also, as Greece, we answer United States. Many other countries reply the same. So what does this mean exactly? It means that we are faithful Europeans, we support the European strategic autonomy and European security. But if the question is general, based on principle, the answer is that yes, of course, we place primary importance on the strategic relation with the United States. The vast majority of the European countries will give you this answer. So we need to take this into account because it is the starting point of any discussion about European security and European strategic autonomy. You know, the colleague from Estonia has served as a Minister of Foreign Affairs. I have served as Minister of Foreign Affairs, of Finance, and of National Defense. I know what NATO means. The reality of NATO is the reality of the European security. Essentially, it is a reality of 15% 85 America and 15% Europe and Canada. In terms of capabilities, in terms of expenditure, and preparedness of risk-taking, preparedness of risk-taking, of fatal risk-taking, which means that you need to have available military forces that will take on this fatal risk. All the rest is purely theoretical. Talking about internal peace. It is not a serious discussion. Donald Trump is a Hobbesian. He's not Kantian. So we need to know what we're saying, and we have an additional issue because we have this particularity at the same time. We're not saying that this is our first priority, that is the Russian risk, which of course may exist. And maybe when you are exposed in terms of transmission line and weapon systems, maybe, yes, you may be in the radius of the attack, but this is not the main priority. For us, the main priority for the last 50 years, and because of the post-war experience, is Turkey. Post-1974 experience is Turkey. And since we don't want to have another 50 years go by in the same rationale and pattern, we don't want to have developments shaped by others, we need to sit down and have this serious discussion. So in order to close this discussion, yes, we don't want to tire the audience. Mr. Maniatis will have to share with us the conclusions. So this discussion of lifting casus belli in the context of a safe, do you think that this is something feasible, a positive step? Mr. Ellis, I want to be honest. I started this discussion with Mr. Papachelas a few months ago in a similar context. And I was saying that the participation of Turkey in this new framework of European defense industry, basically, because we're not talking about defense per se. We're talking about European defense industry. So the participation of Turkey would be an opportunity to think of another Helsinki. Of course, this would presuppose an interest on the part of Turkey, an interest in having a political relation, not integration, no, political relation or customs union, and always in the context of the contacts that we have, the bilateral contacts. And of course, sometime in the future, we may talk about these different incidents and how the United States will approach them. But so we need to talk about these incidents that have occurred and whether they were in favor or against us. In other words, whether time was on our side or not. The point is that we should not leave time to go by without having the discussions or taking decisions, because things change. No one would expect that we would have such profound changes after the election of Trump in the American presidency. I'm afraid that as time goes by, things get worse and worse. Look, we didn't have a war. Greece became a member of Eurozone, went through the crisis, survived against the odds, and Cyprus then became a member of the European Union and the Eurozone. We returned to NATO, even though we had left from the military branch. The living standards improved. We have a democracy which, despite the problems and the criticism and the gray zones, is functional. I'm talking about the Greek-Turkish relations. If today we are in a better place, look, we're talking about the period up until the rise to power of Tayyip Erdogan. Up until then, we had a crisis every 10 years, yes, 84, 87, 96, and then we have a long period with Erdogan being the leader, a very long period, not just a window, a long period that we didn't make the most of, in my view. Of course, there have been some tensions, but at the same tensions, we had this attempt of migrants to enter Greece from Evros, but these have been the only incidents. We didn't have incidents similar to the ones of 84, 87, or 96. Yes, but the rhetoric stays the same. Yes, because as time goes by, arguments, or better, claims are put forward. Claims that have no basis are made from Turkey. And this is because we have left a lot of time go by before we take any initiative for the Cypriot issue. From Club Montana, 8 years have gone by. 8 years are very long time. And maybe we could have had a different development with Amohostos, for example. So there are a lot of things to be said, and that have to do with us and Europe. Europe has as members Greece and the Cypriot Republic, and it has this obligation to show solidarity to these two countries. On the other hand, we need to know that we are the sole responsible of our fate and of our future. So with this philosophical intervention, I would like to thank the President. I hope we didn't tire you much, and I would like to invite Mr. Maniatis for the conclusions.
Άλλη μια συζήτηση. Κυρία Έλλη, συγχαρητήρια. Εννοείται όταν έχετε φυσικά τον κύριο Βενιζέλο θα μπορούσε να μην έχει ενδιαφέρον.
It could not be otherwise, ladies and gentlemen. And let us close today's session with Mr. Maniatis. Of course, there is a series of conclusions to be drawn by all these interesting discussions. Mr. Maniatis, thank you so much. You have the floor.
20 λέξεις είναι γραμμένες εδώ.
I have taken down only 20 words, and I will be concise. I believe that we can sum up this excellent event. First and foremost, I would like to warmly thank all of you. I would like to thank my dear friends, journalists, and my dearest colleagues from Brussels, Nicolas, Sven, Tobias.
Να ευχαριστήσω.
I would like to thank Katerina Kavatha, who is the main negotiator of the European Union with the US and all other partners pertaining to the space, and I am proud for your achievements. I would like to personally thank you and express my gratitude, and if I may, I have really taken note of very few observations. First, out of 11% of the common equipment programs, armament programs, we need to do more, better, and together. We need both more, but also in a smarter, organized way, and together, jointly, not separately, not 27 different choices. The second conclusion I can take is that we cannot have defense spending which will touch upon and will affect the social state, welfare state, the social resistance, the explosion of populism, and the shift of many countries towards far right and extreme right, render it tragic and detrimental, fatal, I would say, to shift money from the social pillar to defense. And we as Euro-socialists know that defense means external risk and other risks deterrence, but at the same time also strengthening of internal social balance and social cohesion. Third observation. A European Union cannot only involve the big guys, and the big giants. It should also involve small and medium-sized enterprises and startups. This is a unique window of opportunity to use SAFE to the utmost, which, as I said earlier, have the lowest possible interest rate and a 30-year period of repayment, is a unique, I was saying, window of opportunity for Greece to participate, because apart from that, you need to submit a program in order to get funding. So one needs to, it takes to be prepared and coordinated, and Greece needs to be there. Fourth remark, because this is the law of the jungle period with Europe, which, as we anticipated, was utterly unprepared vis-à-vis the advent of President Trump for a second term. And the situation as it is here, we need more defense policy and space policy, I would dare to say, because space together with AI are two factors which will be decisive as to the improvement of or not of our defense capabilities. Last but not least, allow me to try to sum up what Mr. Venizelos and Mr. Androulakis said when it comes to the relations between Greece and Turkey. We need to keep the channels of cooperation open at the bilateral level as well, and we need to be serious and to focus, invest in dialogue, a dialogue among the patriotic powers for a new Helsinki adapted to today's conjuncture. With those reflections, I would like to once more to express my gratitude for your participation. Thank you. Enjoy your evening.